Chapter 1752, Reading Without Understanding. Chapter 1752, Reading Without Understanding. Just now, it was clearly Chi Feng who had the upper hand. But now, why was he suddenly defeated? Yeah, I only saw that kid being chased all over the place, and suddenly Chi Feng's brows caught on fire. Maybe this kid was lucky and hit the mark by a fluke. Chi Feng lost bafflingly just now. It was clearly him who took the upper hand, but why did he suddenly lose? Not just him. The others also did not see clearly, all with confused faces. Only one person, a white-haired old man, understood, with a look of shock flashed past in his eyes. Yi Yuan's move earlier was extremely brilliant, directly burning Chi Feng's 2 motes of starlight onto the other party's eyebrows through spatial law. It was just that Yi Yuan's movements were extremely concealed. With these few people's visual prowess, it could not be discovered at all. Senior apprentice Brother Chi Feng, compete with him. Could us priests lose to a low-level trainee? In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted. Chi Feng's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Fine. I'll offer 500 points. If you lose, you'll lose both the Crane Age fruit and 300 points to me. Do you dare to agree or not?" Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "You're really shameless enough, 200 points, and you want to earn the Crane Age fruit back. But why wouldn't I not dare? Make your move." Chi Feng was just about to make a move when he suddenly stopped and said in a solemn voice, "Just now, it was me who made a move first. This time, it's your turn." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You really want me to make a move? If I make a move first, you won't have any chance at all." Chi Feng smiled coldly and said, "You were merely lucky just now. Do you really think that you're impressive? Below elders, no one has yet to dare say such words in front of me. You're really boasting shamelessly." Yi Yuan said with a helpless look, "Since that's the case, then I'll make a move. You have to be careful." This time, Chi Feng naturally would not underestimate the enemy again. Fully on guard, he stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. He decided to take Yi Yuan down a peg this time. Let him know that the prestige of priests was not to be profaned. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly stretched out his right hand, index, and middle finger put together. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Chi Feng's mouth, both hands kneading seals, prepared to summon his divine fire once more. Yi Yuan's finger lightly flicked. Whose? H. Plus bang. Just as everyone had not reacted, a flash of fire rose to the sky. Chi Feng summoned Starry Sky, once more unconsciously. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Senior apprentice Brother Chi Feng, your hair, hair." Chi Feng froze and muttered, "Hair?" All of a sudden, he felt that the top of his head was somewhat hot. Only then did he startle awake. Ah, my hair, caught on fire, caught on fire. Chi Feng yelled out, hopping and skipping, just like a panicky rabbit, his appearance so comical. But the fire on top of his head was very strong and could not be extinguished at all. The white-haired old man shook his head slightly, but was incomparably shocked in his heart. These two people's fire-controlling techniques were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's technique seemed simple, but was in fact extremely difficult. Even he could not do it to this kind of degree as well. Was this trainee newly recruited? Why was such a genius just an ordinary, low-level trainee? Ouch, my hand! I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Quickly put out the fire. Chi Feng's hands could not touch his head at all. Yi Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame had long already reached rank 4, its power boundless. Yi Yuan not taking the initiative to recall it, this fire would keep on burning. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, reached his hand out to beckon. That CLUS tur of flames flew back into his palm. While at this time, Chi Feng's hair was already burned into black charcoal, looking so funny on his head. When everyone saw this scene, they all forcefully held back smiles. But this scene was even more humiliating in Chi Feng's eyes. Yi Yuan held back his laugh and said with clasped hands, "No. 1 fire controller indeed lives up to reputation. Yi Yuan has learned. Looks like this kid really wasn't lucky. Luck my ass. Facing Chi Feng, you try being lucky twice for me to see. Is he really just a priest trainee? I actually can't see through his fire-controlling method." After the mockery, what everyone was left with was just shock. There were quite a few priests present, but those who were able to see through how Yi Yuan made his move, there were none. A priest trainee, this fire-controlling art was also too horrifying, right? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. His goal was contribution points. Now that he earned it, he was going to enter Tianlu Pavilion to study, transferring the contribution points. Yi Yuan said to the white-haired old man with clasped hands, "Senior, can I go in?" The white-haired old man said, "Of course you can. You're ident. 1. Tai can only enter Tianlu Pavilion's first level. First level, 2 hours is 5 contribution points. The array formation will automatically deduct from your ident. 1. Tai token. You grasp the time well yourself." Yi Yuan's face turned black when he heard that and said, 2 hours, 5 contribution points. This is also too black, right? The white-haired old man's face also fell, and he said, "Keep talking nonsense, and this old man will slap you to death with 1 palm." Yi Yuan stuck out his tongue and slipped inside. When everyone saw this scene, they were all unclear. Wasn't this white-haired old man an ordinary old man managing the Tianlu Pavilion? That punk was so arrogant with Chi Feng. Why was he so respectful toward this old man? The white-haired old man looked harmless to man and beast. The aura on his body was not strong. The priests and priest trainees that came to Tianlu Pavilion, very few paid attention to him. The old man naturally could not be bothered with him either, turning around and entering Tianlu Pavilion. Entering Tianlu Pavilion's first level, this place formed its own SPAC. Yi Yuan seemed to have entered an ocean of divine inscriptions. All kinds of records were displayed on a light screen. Seeing these things, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes lit up. What he was most interested in was naturally the demonic attraction art. This was the foundation of the demon race's alchemy skills. In the catalog, Yi Yuan found the demonic attraction art and started to study it tirelessly. Yi Yuan's present alchemy, Dao horizons, were not what the average person could compare to. These things were extremely obscure and hard to understand to ordinary priest trainees. But to Yi Yuan, he read 10 lines with 1 glance, but was suddenly enlightened. Yi Yuan, immersed inside, more than 10 days said in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, a large force came over. Yi Yuan was directly ejected out of Tianlu Pavilion's first level. Ouch! What's going on? Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground, grimacing in pain. Your contribution points are already depleted. The array formation directly transported you out. The white-haired old man came behind Yi Yuan, at no idea when, and said, coolly. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "This is called transported? This is called kicking out, all right?" The white-haired old man snorted coldly and said, "Do you feel that contribution points came too easily, so you don't know how to cherish it? These few days, reading without understanding like you, how many things can you learn?" Yi Yuan was stunned and said, "Senior has been paying attention to me these few days." The white-haired old man ignored Yi Yuan and said with an angry look from failing to live up to expectations, "Kid, your talent is extremely high, but with such an attitude, it's hard to have great achievements." He had naturally been paying attention to Yi Yuan all along, but he saw that Yi Yuan read no less than 500 CLA. S, 6 in over 10 days. And these 500 CLA. S, 6, each one was sufficient for a priest to study for as long as several decades. Wasn't this joking around? Chapter 1753, Wealth Scattering Boy. Chapter 1753, Wealth Scattering Boy. Why does Senior say this? I read very seriously and very carefully. Yi Yuan said very sincerely. He had indeed read very seriously and did not have any slipshod aspects. The white-haired old man snorted coldly and said, Seriously? Carefully? You read 532 CLA. S, 6 in less than 14 days, averaging 30 to 40 books a day. You're telling me seriously and saying carefully? Yi Yuan was taken aback for a moment, only then understanding what the white-haired old man meant. He could not help saying with a bitter smile, Senior, I really read very seriously and absolutely didn't gloss over. The white-haired old man discovered that Yi Yuan's talent was Astoni's. Plussing, and naturally had very high expectations of him. But Yi Yuan's toot of reading the CLA. S, 6 made him very unhappy. Now that he came to remind him, he actually still refused to admit it. This made him even more upset. The white-haired old man gave a cold snort and said, You said you read very serious. Fine. Then I ask you, what's the most important takeaway point for Z Ming Ji? Oh, dirting fire controlling art. Z Ming Ji. Oh, dirting fire controlling art was precisely a demon race fire controlling art that Yi Yuan read. The white-haired old man also saw through that Yi Yuan's fire controlling technique was developed with the human race's fire controlling techniques as foundation, and he did not seem too proficient in the demon races. While the Ziming Ji, dirting fire controlling art was also a more obscure foundation fire controlling art of the demon race. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled and said, Is Senior testing me? The white-haired old man did not deny it and said coolly, If you can't answer, stare at one book and read properly when you enter in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Ziming Ji, dirting fire controlling art. The most important thing is engraving the fire in one's heart. Heart follows the mind, heart and fire becoming one, controlling fire and connecting divinity. The moment the white-haired old man heard, he could not help being slightly surprised. This was a very obscure knowledge. He did not expect that Yi Yuan answered it in one fell swoop. He did not give up and asked again. Fire control is your forte. Answering doesn't mean anything. Come again. How many key nodal points does the Howling Rain Sky Direction art have? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and opened his mouth again, describing the few nodes clearly. The white-haired old man clearly did not believe it, asking question after question, the speed getting faster and faster. Yi Yuan knew that this old man was doing it for his own good and did not find it bothersome, answering fluently without any omissions. The more the white-haired old man asked, the more shocked he was in his heart. Could it be that this kid used over 10 days and learned all of the things others learn in several hundred, even 1,000 years? Was this a freaking freak? What was more Nabal was that not only did Yi Yuan answer fluently, he frequently added in his own opinion, which was extremely insightful. Many comprehensions actually made the white-haired old man have a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. Those CLA.S. 6 that Yi Yuan read, the white-haired old man had long read before no idea how many times. Saying that he could read it backward was not over the top in the slightest, but he discovered now that he read several tens of thousands of years of CLA.S. 6, and his understanding was actually not as deep as this young man in front of him. This was 2F** King H. E. L. L. The white-haired old man suddenly discovered that there was a myriad of profanities that galloped across in his heart. This was not testing the other party. It was purely seeking a beat down. However, he was still so wretched, asking Yi Yuan questions nonstop, because Yi Yuan's understanding was indeed greatly beneficial to him. Finally, the white-haired old man stopped asking. He looked at Yi Yuan with a face like he saw a ghost and said, "Kid, you aren't messing with this old man, right? These CLA's 6, you wouldn't have read them before, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior must be joking. You've already asked 100 questions. Even if I read before the CLA's 6, it also wouldn't so coincidentally match each one, right?" The white-haired old man thought so too. 500 over kinds of books. There were always some wrong areas. If he did not read it just now, there would always be some questions and could not be answered. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also would not be bored to the extent of coming to make fun of him, this gatekeeping old man. But the more it was like this, the more shocked the white-haired old man was in his heart. What kind of talent was needed to have such terrifying memorizing ability and comprehension ability? He waved his hand and said, "You can go." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Senior." After Yi Yuan left, the white-haired old man's figure also flashed, disappearing. "Lord Qifeng, you have to take revenge for us. You look at the three of us, really no face to meet people anymore." Hu Feng's appearance was indescribably miserable. Yi Yuan directly sent their divine fires back at that time, giving them a dose of their own medicine. The power was extraordinary. More than 10 days had passed. Said, even though they got much better, there were still burn marks inside, and out, looking like poodles. Most of these priest trainees had priest patrons. Speaking of which was coincidental too, Hu Feng's backer was precisely Qifeng. At this time, the hair on top of Qifeng's heart already grew back anew, recovering to that domineering appearance. Qifeng snorted coldly and said, "The three of you really lost all of my face, slept 3 days and nights in the latrine, and actually don't even dare to come back. You guys are really capable." Hu Feng said with a bitter expression, "Your Excellency, you aren't aware. That punk's fire-controlling technique is really incredible. The three of us added together aren't his match either." Qifeng's expression changed, having a bad premonition, and asked in a solemn voice, "What's that punk's name?" Hu Feng, 3 people exchanged glances, clearly forgetting Yi Yuan's name. Right at this time, a youth in white walked into the dormitory. "It's you!" Hu Feng and Qifeng. Few people turned their heads to look, crying out strangely in unison. When Yi Yuan saw these few people, he instantly understood something and said with a smile, welcoming a low-level apprentice like this, "The lineup is a little too big, right?" But Hu Feng said in surprise, "Your Excellency, you know this punk?" Qifeng asked back, "It was this brat who burned you all until like this." Hu Feng nodded and said, "Yeah, it's this kid. I beg your Excellency to help us take revenge." Qifeng had a strange look, thinking to himself, "Avenge your S. Your father isn't even his match. Yet you guys still asked me to help you take revenge." But in front of subordinates, he naturally would not yield. In reality, after the fire battle the last time, he already thought about taking revenge. This kid's attainment in fire control was extraordinary, but in alchemy, he was definitely inferior to him. Otherwise, he would not be a low-level apprentice, but a true priest already. Qifeng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Kid, dare to bet with me again, or not?" Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Still dare to bet with me? Aren't you scared of losing until you don't even have pants to wear? Should I be calling you a wealth-scattering boy, or not?" Hu Feng, 3 people exchanged glances, not knowing what happened, but still said in a great rage, Stinky brat, you, a low-level apprentice, dare to humiliate Lord Chi Feng? He's a Lord Priest of the temple. Are you tired of living? Chi Feng said impatiently. All right, stop talking nonsense. Brat, you chose the gambling method the last time. This time, I'll pick. Do you have the B-A-L-L-S or not? Yi Yuan looked at Chi Feng and said with a smile that was not a smile, you don't need to aggravate me. Since you want to be a wealth-scattering boy, if I were to refuse, wouldn't that be seen as holding others back from achieving success? Say it, what's the wager? Chi Feng said in a solemn voice, let's compete in pill refinement. Chapter 1754, Unable to Compare with the Pa. 1754, Unable to Compare with the Pa. The priest hall was a place designated for priests to conduct pill refinement. Occasionally, there would also be elders refining pills and preaching on Tao here. At this time, inside the priest hall was already packed with people, all here to watch the battle. Priest competing in alchemy with a low-level apprentice, this was major news, and it spread throughout the temple very quickly. They all wanted to see what kind of low-level apprentice was so arrogant and cool to actually dare challenge a priest. Furthermore, this priest was even a very powerful existence among priests. It's that kid. Looks very ordinary. Ordinary? Haha, this kid isn't a goody two-shoes. He competed in fire control with Chi Feng at Tianlu Pavilion. The result was that he completely won twice. That's nothing as well. Controlling fire and refining pills are two different matters after all. Chi Feng is clearly here to avenge his enmity. He's peak late stage rank 4, but that punk has merely just entered middle stage rank 4. With Chi Feng's strength, he won't give Yi Yuan a chance. Some martial artists were extremely adept at controlling fire and used this as a means to confront the enemy. Saying that it was transcendent was also not an exaggeration, but controlling fire and refining pills were two different things after all. In the demon race alchemy skill, which was based on demonic divine essence, one's realm was more important than in the human race. If Chi Feng was someone useless, then forget it. Yet he was not. Even though his alchemy skills were not the strongest among priests, it was also sufficient to rank in the top 10. His strength was undeniably extraordinary. Priests who were able to rank in the top 10, their strengths were all very strong. In the future, they were existences who might even become elders. Hence, that was why Chi Feng would be so condescending and arrogant. In the inner hall, 3 figures were currently observing the situation in the priest hall through the light screen ahead. Enai Kuan, in your view, who will win this alchemy battle? Stonefeather said. Enai Kuan said in a solemn voice, does this still need to be asked? Of course, it's Chi Feng. That kid's talent is exceedingly great. His strength is also extremely powerful. But during the apprentice test on that day, it should already be his limits, right? After all, the refinement of demon divine pills and divine pills are two totally different systems. Kumu also nodded and said, Yi Yuan's talent is indeed terrifying. Give him a year or so, and his strength will definitely surpass all priests. But a dozen over days, it can't change anything at all. But Stonefeather said, I heard that this kid entered Tianlu Pavilion for more than 10 days. He likely already has some familiarity with demon divine pills. And Kuan smiled coldly and said, so what? If looking at books can let one's strength make rapid progress, then demon divine pills are also too worthless. Moreover, over a dozen days, it's enough for him to read how many books? Stonefeather thought about it and also nodded and said, what you said is right. Maybe I was overthinking it. Actually, his view was the same as Enai Kuan and Kumu, feeling that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win. but no idea why. He kept having a feeling that Yi Yuan probably would not lose that easily, although he also felt that this idea was very absurd. Qi Feng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Fool, you think that your fire-controlling technique is impressive and you're invincible under the heavens? Today, I'm going to let you take a look at the disparity between priest and priest trainees." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "I say, why do you have so much C-R-A-P? If talking nonsense can represent strength, your strength is indeed very formidable. I'm so scared of losing." Qi Feng's face fell, and he said angrily, "Razor-tongued brat, I want to see when you can be C-O-C-K-Y until—" Yi Yuan said with a nonchalant face, "All right, let's start. Don't say that I bully you. Let you run for 2 hours first." Qi Feng was taken aback when he heard that and laughed loudly as he said, "Let me run for 2 hours first? Kid, you really can boast. All right, I want to see how you chase." At this time, quite a few people gave sidelong glances, feeling that Yi Yuan was too arrogant. How was this an appearance like a priest trainee? It was simply like an elder. However, someone suddenly spoke up in the crowd. "Lord Qi Feng, you mustn't fall for this brat's trick. He doesn't know how to refine demon divine pills at all. He wants to secretly learn." One sentence drew quite a few people's attention. Yi Yuan also looked over rather surprisedly. It was an old acquaintance. It was Mu Yuan-chun. Clearly, this alchemy battle also caught his attention. When Qi Feng saw that it was a low-level apprentice too, he could not help being somewhat surprised and said in a solemn voice, "Secret learn? What nonsense are you talking about? If he can even secretly learn when I refine pills, you're also thinking too highly of him, right?" Mu Yuan-chun said with a heavy look, "Lord Qi Feng, I took part in the priest-apprentice examination at the same time with him. This kid's pill refining speed was extremely fast, but he kept on secretly learning by the side. In the end, he refined a superior-grade demon divine pill. He definitely has ill intentions, letting you refine first." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Secretly learning by the side, in the end, refined a superior-grade demon divine pill. Why did this sound so strange? But if what Mu Yuan-chun said was true, Yi Yuan's alchemic talent was also too terrifying, right? But Qi Feng's expression changed, and he secretly thought to himself, what a close shave. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, "Brat, turns out that you were waiting for me? Let's refine together." Mu Yuan-chun also had a smug look when he saw that Qi Feng came to realize the truth. Yi Yuan eating a loss. He was very happy to see it happen. This alchemy battle's medicinal pill was picked by Qi Feng, a level 4 difficulty demon divine pill. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine such a high difficulty medicinal pill within such a short time. But Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and said coolly, "Up to you, begin then." Yi Yuan being so magnanimous made Mu Yuan-chun stunned. Could it be that this punk really had a well-thought-out plan, but it had only been over a dozen days? How was it possible? Refining starting, Qi Feng's pill refinement flowed naturally and smoothly, already faintly having the style of a master. Priest Top 10 was indeed not for show. In contrast, Yi Yuan's technique was still a little unfamiliar. What they guessed was right. After all, only a dozen over days had said, Yi Yuan did not have the chance to refine demon divine pills at all. This was his second time refining demon divine pills. The medicinal pill that Qi Feng picked was called Baki Lane pill. This pill formula was naturally not very profound. Yi Yuan already saw it before in the Tianlu Pavilion, but level 4 difficulty medicinal pill. The difficulty was far greater compared to the Dark Cloud Profound Spring pill. With Yi Yuan's current situation, it was indeed a little strenuous. Of course, that was also just relative to divine pills. Yi Yuan did not lack pill refining experience. His alchemy skills had gone through endless tempering. Even though demon divine pills were another system, this did not hinder him from getting started rapidly. With these dozen over days of theoretical foundation in the Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan was no longer an ignorant person long ago. Everyone, including Stonefeather, misjudged him. These dozen over days could be said to be a monumental change to Yi Yuan. Apart from him still being very unfamiliar with many techniques, his progress in the rest was Ma.'s sieve. Less than 2 hours, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was refined completely. Witnessing Yi Yuan's pill refining speed, everyone also marveled in wonder, thinking to themselves that what Mu Yuan Chun said was indeed not false. This guy's pill refining speed was too fast. It was just that could the quality be assured? Chapter 1755 Devastation. Chapter 1755 Devastation. Completing the refinement. Yi Yuan started observing Qi Feng calmly. The very perfect refining technique in other people's eyes was naturally not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's eyes. But in the refinement of demon divine pills, Yi Yuan had no choice but to admit that Qi Feng still had many saving graces. Compared to Mu Yuan Chun, Qi Feng was much stronger. Once he entered a state of learning, Yi Yuan's perception was exceedingly terrifying. Him being able to become the immortal Grove world's #1 person in alchemy. This was not unrelated to his terrifying learning ability. Back then, at Cloudmarsh City, Yi Yuan won thousands of rounds in a row, gleaning countless strong points from his opponents. Coupled with his powerful comprehension ability, that was how there was his subsequent transcendent achievements. Yi Yuan could not bear the sight of Qi Feng's high and mighty face, but this did not hinder him from drawing merits from Qi Feng. Combining the theoretical knowledge learned in Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan naturally had a feeling of suddenly understanding the whole thing. Finally, Qi Feng withdrew his spell and ended the pill refinement, revealing a knowing smile. Regarding the pill refinement this time, he was still very satisfied. However, the moment he raised his head, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile, and his expression could not help changing. This guy's pill refining speed was really very fast. Haven't opened the furnace yet. What are you being smug for? Qi Feng said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, whether opening the furnace or not, the result is already fixed. Competing in alchemy, I've never lost before. These words were domineering, but it was also a fact. When Yi Yuan was at 3-star alchemy G.O.D., he could already thrash 4-star alchemy G.O.D.S., walking all the way from the immortal Grove world. Yi Yuan had lost before in martial Dao, lost before in array Dao. Only in alchemy Dao did he never lose before, even now when he had to learn from scratch. In alchemy, Yi Yuan had absolute confidence, but these words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of others. This trainee priest is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? This boast is really big, also not scared of blowing a hole in the sky. Just his clumsy technique. What high-grade medicinal pills can he refine? Let's dig a hole in the ground for him. When he loses in a while, he still has to get inside. Those able to enter the priest temple, which one wasn't an alchemy genius. Furthermore, among them, there were even many senior priests. Hearing these words, they were naturally unhappy. But in alchemy, he never cared about the jealousy of others. He had absolute strength to defend his arrogance. Qi Feng smiled coldly when he heard that and said, what pill refinement competes in isn't speed. Boasting also needs strength to guarantee it. Open. Qi Feng's palm flipped. A medicinal pill flew out of the medicinal cauldron. Medicinal fragrances permeated the air. Everyone focused their eyes. And look. One said in surprise, superior grade. Qi Feng was also overjoyed. Looking at Yi Yuan, he smiled coldly and said, "Saw that? This is the true strength of a priest. You, a trainee priest, can only look up to it. Hand over the crane age fruit, and heavenly martial spirit mystic GRA. S. Heavenly martial spirit mystic GRA. S. S was another kind of extremely rare rank 4 spirit medicine, also one of the wagers of the alchemy battle this time. Qi Feng wagered very big this time, directly betting 2,000 points. Yi Yuan already did not have contribution points and could only use spirit medicines to use as a wager. The priest temple was based on the principle of putting quality before quant. One, Tai, those able to become priests. All of them were extraordinary in strength, and Qi Feng was even distinguished among them. Under normal circumstances, there was no problem in him refining high grade. But the refinement this time, he clearly performed exceptionally well. The grade of the medicinal pill actually reached initial stage superior grade. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "I haven't even opened the furnace yet, and you're asking for the spirit medicines from me. You're also a little too confident, right?" He could not quite understand where Qi Feng's confidence came from. Could it be that refining a superior grade medicinal pill could seal the victory? Qi Feng said disdainfully, "With the Baki Lane pill's difficulty, superior grade can basically secure the victory. Could it be that you can refine heaven grade still? Enough nonsense. Hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, I'm going to apply to the temple for a forced enforcement." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "Really a frog at the bottom of a well? In your eyes, superior grade is probably the highest grade, right?" Qi Feng sneered and said, "Superior grade is naturally not the highest grade, but I don't think that you can refine heaven grade." Yi Yuan sighed slightly and similarly flipped his palm. The medicinal pill flew out. An even thicker fragrance dispersed in all directions. Qi Feng's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Peak superior grade." The moment Yi Yuan saw, his face could not conceal the disappointed look as he shook his head and said with a sigh, "Still lacking some skill in the end, almost can't even thrash a trash." One sentence almost angered Qi Feng until he vomited blood. When Mu Yuan Chun saw the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined, his complexion turned white all at once, and he muttered, How is this possible? More than 10 days ago, could it be that it still wasn't his limit?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "More than 10 days ago, that was indeed my limit. But over 10 days have passed," said, "You wouldn't think that I'm still marching on the spot, right?" Mu Yuan Chun could not help choking when he heard that. Over a dozen days, from level 2 difficulty to level 4 difficulty. This improvement was also too fast, right? This was the gap between a high-level apprentice and a top priest. One had to know Qi Feng used several thousand years to complete this leap. He, Yi Yuan, only used a dozen over days. Mu Yuan Chun had an impulse to want to vomit blood. Yi Yuan looked at Qi Feng and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Wealth-scattering boy, concede defeat." Qi Feng's face turned black, and he bellowed furiously, You cheated. I'm going to report you to the elders." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "How did I cheat? It was you yourself who came to find me to compete in alchemy and even vowed, in all solemnness, saying to let me take a look at the strength of priests. Now, I saw it. It's indeed very impressive. All right, still don't find it shameful enough. Transfer the contribution points to Yi Yuan and get lost." Qi Feng still wanted to say something, but was cut off by a fled, thunder-like voice. Qi Feng turned towards the sound. His expression could not help changing greatly, and he bowed and said, Master. Elder and I Kuan." Yi Yuan was a little surprised. He did not expect that Chi Feng was actually Elder Anai Kuan's disciple. It seemed like he kicked a metal plate. Anai Kuan's gaze was frosty as he looked at Chi Feng and said, "You didn't hear what I said?" Chi Feng's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Yes, master." Under Anai Kuan's word of command, how could he still dare to dawdle? He hurriedly transferred the contribution points to Yi Yuan, and then he scrambled away. Finished with these, Anai Kuan said again, "All have nothing to do? Watching the show here?" When everyone heard that, they scattered on command. Yi Yuan was just about to leave, but was stopped by Anai Kuan, who said with an unfriendly expression, "Kid, impressive! Just over a dozen days since you arrived, and you already caused so much trouble for me." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Elder, I didn't cause trouble. It was trouble that came to provoke me." He knew that these few people must have been paying attention to him and definitely knew the ins and outs of the matter. These few incidents really could not be blamed on him. Anai Kuan snorted coldly and said, "Come with me. Someone wants to meet you." Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, aware that the main thing was coming. Chapter 1756 Prize. Chapter 1756 Prize. In front of him was an old man with golden hair all over his face, looking ferocious and malicious. That appearance was simply a golden-furred Lion King. Yi Yuan was somewhat perplexed. Could such a boorish fellow really refine high-grade medicinal pills? The old man was also sizing Yi Yuan up, his gaze profound. No idea what he was thinking of. After a long time, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and spoke in a voice akin to a great bell. "Young man, just what goal do you have joining the priest temple?" Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Junior has long yearned for demon divine pills. Coming this time, I hope to be able to learn the demon race's alchemy techniques and let my alchemy Tao improve further." The old man laughed loudly and said, "Ha! This old man believes your words. You and I belong to the same type of people. For the sake of alchemy, we can fling caution to the wind. However, your goal shouldn't be just this, right?" Yi Yuan discovered that this old man's personality was candid and straightforward, going straight to the point without beating around the bush when talking. He naturally had no need to cover it up as well, and said with a nod, "Actually, I came for my brother." Yi Yuan did not conceal anything, telling about the matter of finding white light with the help of the priest temple. After the old man heard, he laughed loudly and said, "I couldn't tell that you're still a lad who values friends. I+P. However, don't you feel that this old man will lose out a lot like this? You learned the demon race's alchemy techniques, and even deployed the priest temple's power. In the end, what benefits can this old man and the terrific lad get?" Yi Yuan knew that the other party was about to negotiate terms with him. If the terms were not agreeable, he would be in danger. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "What I can pull out is my alchemy skills. The reason why Senior is willing to discuss with me is probably that you had your eyes on this too, right?" The old man laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you're a smart person. I, Dichio, don't like to beat around the bush either. You stay in the priest temple for 5,000 years. This favor, I'll help with it." Yi Yuan naturally understood that 5,000 years was equivalent to selling himself to the priest temple. This kind of thing, he naturally could not agree to it. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Lord Hallmaster, this Yi has my own matters and likely can't stay at the priest temple for long term. If Lord Hallmaster insists on making me stay, this Yi can only stay for at most 300 years. 300 years was already the limit that Yi Yuan could give. If Yi Yuan had no ties or attachments, there was nothing wrong with staying 5,000 years here. This place was adjacent to the Sky Demon Mountain Range, the spirit medicines in abundant supply. To Yi Yuan, this place was really a paradise. But Yi Yuan knew that it was impossible for him to stay 5,000 years here. As expected, the moment Yi Yuan's words came out, Di Chio's face turned dark, and he said, "Kid, are you messing with me? 300 years. What do I want you for?" But Yi Yuan smiled and said, 300 years is sufficient to pay back the priest temple's capital sunk. Hee, what an arrogant brat. To priests, 300 years is merely a snap of a finger. Your talent is pretty good, but giving you 300 years, what benefits can you bring to the priest temple? Or is it that you're simply fooling this old man? Amen? Di Chio glared. A terrifying aura was emitted out. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt as if Mount Tai was bearing down from on top. Even breathing became very laborious. This was not realm suppression, but the real deal. Clearly, Di Chio was really enraged. He felt that Yi Yuan was playing with him. 300 years. In the eyes of the average person, it was indeed too insincere. Under the tremendous pressure, Yi Yuan's bones creaked and rattled, his complexion deathly pale. But he said stubbornly, 300 years, I can create countless powerhouses for the priest temple. If you don't believe it, we can sign a heavenly Tao oath with 300 years as the date. Di Chio was clearly moved and said coldly, that works too. After 300 years, if I see your contributions, I'll help you find your brother then. Yi Yuan's face changed when he heard that this old fellow was clearly someone who did not commit until success was certain. Not giving him some benefits, there was no way he would agree. But with his current strength, he could not do it at all. This was awkward. Clearly, Yi Yuan overestimated this hall master's patience. Over 300 years' time, to someone who had never come into contact with demon divine pills before, it was indeed just a very brief instant. Even though Yi Yuan already displayed his talent, his Di Chio clearly still did not believe that Yi Yuan could do anything in 300 years. Senior, isn't there any room for further negotiation? Yi Yuan said with a pale complexion. Di Chio smiled coldly and said, what do you think? Suddenly, Di Chio's expression changed, imposing momentum suddenly disappearing, and he changed expressions and said with a smile, actually, it can also be discussed. The pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving him stunned for a while. This old fellow still had a threatening and overbearing appearance just now, so why did he suddenly change? Di Chio looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, how about this? We each take a step back. I don't need you to stay for 5,000 years, but you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to forever retain my priest temple's priest status. If my priest temple needs you to refine pills, you mustn't decline. If my priest temple is in danger, you also have to lend your assistance. Yi Yuan was stunned again when he heard this, instantly understanding something. This Di Chio was forthright and straightforward and could not think of such a roundabout idea at all. This way, it was equivalent to tying him to the priest temple for life. It was much more worthwhile than staying behind for 5,000 years. Furthermore, this also gave him the maximum degree of freedom. This kind of thing, Di Chio's brain definitely could not come up with it. Just now, there must have been an expert giving guidance. It was just that he did not detect it. Inside this priest temple, talented men were living in hiding too, but this condition, Yi Yuan did not find it unacceptable. Yi Yuan had half of the demon race bloodline, and was not averse toward the demon race. Moreover, if he could learn demon divine pills, his alchemy Tao strength would definitely make great progress. This way, Yi Yuan would indeed owe the priest temple a huge favor too. Being the priest temple's Dharma protector for life also did not seem to have anything wrong. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, okay, I promise you. But if the priest temple is going to be detrimental to me, it's not within the restrictions. Yi Yuan did not have a grin and bear it personality. The priest temple was a colossal system. Yi Yuan also did not dare guarantee that he could keep on being friends with the priest temple. Once someone was going to harm him, could it be that he still could not fight back? So before swearing the heavenly Tao oath, Yi Yuan naturally had to eliminate all hidden dangers. Deity agreed very readily too, and said with a smile, "However, the 300-year agreement must be counted." Yi Yuan nodded his head and swore the heavenly Tao oath in front of Deity. The constraints of heavenly Tao oaths were too great on martial artists. Unless it was a last resort, no one was willing to swear it. But Yi Yuan had no choice but to do so in order to get White Light's news. Forget about swearing a heavenly Tao oath. Even if it was being beaten until his bones were crushed into powder, Yi Yuan would not furrow his brows, no matter what. When Deity saw Yi Yuan swear the heavenly Tao oath, he could not help laughing loudly, and said, "Okay, from now onward, you're the temple's official priest. 300 years. This old man hopes that you won't disappoint me." Chapter 1757. This priest is a little impressive. Chapter 1757. This priest is a little impressive. Elderly, I have a question. On the high platform, an old man was currently giving a sermon to a group of priests when someone below the stage suddenly stood up to say, the priests below the stage were no less than 100 people. At this time, gazes looked over in unison. This person was wearing a priest's long robe, for stars hanging on his chest. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, the faces of all the priests revealed knowing smiles. The scalp of the elder Li on the stage tingled, and he waved his hand and said, "If there are any questions, wait until after the sermon before asking. Don't need to say any more right now." These few years, Yi Yuan already became the most troublesome problem student of all the elders. Practically during each sermon, Yi Yuan would interrupt many times to raise his doubts. When it was many, it even reached more than 10 or 20 times. If it was just causing trouble, these elders giving sermons would just fling a slap over. But the problem was, each time Yi Yuan raised his doubts, it was all very reasonable. Each time would stump the elders until they were left tongue-tied. In the beginning, there were still some elders who were unconvinced and started intense arguments with Yi Yuan. But in the end, they were all disputed until rendered speechless by Yi Yuan. With a few incidents, when these elders were giving sermons, they were afraid that Yi Yuan would be present. As long as they saw Yi Yuan, they would be like mice seeing a cat, hearts drumming away. Yi Yuan completely ignored Elder Li and asked without caring, "Zi Shou Long Qin pill has a neutral temperament. When refining it, one should control the temperature, basing the 5 elements rules inside the spirit medicines as the foundation. Elder Li, don't you think this should be the case?" Yi Yuan's talking speed was very fast, pointing out the problems in the sermon that Elder Li talked about just now. When the other priests heard Yi Yuan's words, they all revealed thoughtful expressions. These priests all had their experiences too. At the start, they were all harboring the mentality of watching the show, watching Yi Yuan argue with the elders. But later on, they discovered that what Yi Yuan said was indeed very reasonable. After going back and experimenting, the quality of the medicinal pills really improved significantly. Hence, later on, as long as Yi Yuan opened his mouth, they would give their full attention to the lecture, and benefited a great deal instead. Elder Li said furiously, "Yi Yuan, are you the elder? Or am I the elder?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course you're the elder." Elder Li snorted coldly and said, "You still know that I'm the elder? I'm preaching, and you're causing trouble. Where's the sense of propriety?" But Yi Yuan said, "Elder Li can't say it like that. The more truth is debated, the clearer it gets. Since there's a problem, I naturally have to point it out. Could it be that you wish to let everyone go refine pills according to the wrong method? Elderly was angered until his face was livid, and he said angrily, "Why don't you come and preach to them then?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I don't have that ability. I came to learn," and casually raised his own questions. "Ha! Elderly, you continue." Elderly finally could not hold back and flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Not preaching anymore." Finished talking, he left in a huff. Putting on the priest robes, Yi Yuan started his days of learning demon divine pills in the priest temple's halls. Even though he was very worried about white light in his heart, he also knew that he could only wait right now, and Yi Yuan's capital to gain a foothold in the priest temple was Alchemy Dao. Hence, he urgently needed to increase his strength currently. First time entering the Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan learned a lot of knowledge about demon divine pills. But the refinement of demon divine pills, Yi Yuan still lacked a great deal. Hence, he was absorbing knowledge frenziedly every day right now. Yi Yuan was naturally not deliberately making trouble, but these elders preaching on Tao, the areas that they missed out were too many. Yi Yuan posing his own queries was also within reason. It was just that some of his questions were too tricky. Even those elders could not answer them too, so it was easy to anger the other party. Yi Yuan, you're quite capable. Now that you angered Elderly away, are you happy? At this time, one of the priests stood up to question Yi Yuan. Who was it if not Qi Feng? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Then you say, was I right or not?" Qi Feng could not help choking when he heard that. Yi Yuan said it very reasonably. He could not refute at all. If it could be refuted, Elderly also could not leave in a rage. Even Elderly could not do it. Qi Feng, naturally could not even more. Humph. Even if what you said was reasonable, you also have to pay attention to the ways and means. USCREWING like this. Everyone doesn't get to learn anymore. Qi Feng said with a cold smile. Sure enough, with him instigating, the other people's unhappy emotions all came out. Although Yi Yuan's words were reasonable, now that even the elder was angered away, who would still come and preach to them in the future. This way, wouldn't Yi Yuan become a plague Ji? Oh, Yi Yuan, you're a genius. We're all mediocre, all right? You're capable. Don't come and listen to the elders preach together with us. Now that the elder left, are you going to come and preach to us? Everyone clamored to get a word in, all expressing dissatisfaction towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan grinned and said, if it's just up to Elder Li's standard, it's also not impossible for me to preach to you guys. One sentence made everyone stare, dumbfounded with their mouths agape. This guy was bragging, right? The moment Qi Feng heard, he smiled coldly and said, all right then, you try preaching. Everyone, all come and listen to whether or not our temple's #1 genius can spout about some profound things. Some shallow truths, everyone naturally all knew. Even if there was a gap between those sitting here, it also would not be too ridiculous. Therefore, Qi Feng completely did not believe that Yi Yuan could spout out some profound things. Being able to raise questions did not mean being able to preach to everyone. They were all 4-star priests, who could be much better than anyone. Yi Yuan smiled, walked up the high platform, and said in a clear voice, then next I'll carry on talking from the place Elderly stopped just now. Hence, Yi Yuan started to speak eloquently without ceasing. At the start, everyone's faces all revealed disdain. But the more he said, the more serious the expressions on everyone's faces got. They finally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking around. The things that Yi Yuan said were even clearer and easier to understand than Elderly, and he also went straight to the point. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of the Zi Shou Long Qin pill was far from what they could compare to. Even though Yi Yuan's refinement of demon divine pills was still lacking to talk about the understanding of pill formulas, 100 elderlies could not catch up to him even by whipping their horses. Moreover, medicinal pills of level 4 difficulty were still nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Otherwise, he also would not have refined a peak superior grade Baki Lane pill so easily. It was just that some specifics of the refining methods, as well as proficiency and specific application areas of demonic attraction art, Yi Yuan was still lacking in some level of skill. What was truly difficult were level 7 and above medicinal pills. The group of priests was wholly enraptured listening. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. Clearly, they all had considerable gains. Even Chi Feng had long already forgotten to look at the joke, too. He was focused on Yi Yuan's preaching. That's about it. These are some of the easy-to-fall-into-mistake areas that I sorted out myself. As long as you all practice hard, you should be able to increase the grade of the medicinal pills considerably, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 1758, Trash Missions. 1758, Trash Missions. There's no way to preach anymore. That Yi Yuan is simply bullying people to the extreme, going too far. The moment Elderly entered, he started bellowing. There were currently several elders in the house right now. Stonefeather, Anai Kuan, Kumu, and the rest were all present. When the few people heard Elder Lee's roars, they immediately knew what had happened. Elderly, that punk is making a problem again. Anai Kuan said in a solemn voice. Elderly smiled coldly and said, otherwise, this old man hasn't even preached halfway, and that brat interrupted 10 times. 10 times. How to preach still. Quite a few elders immediately felt the same when they heard it and criticized Yi Yuan. That Yi Yuan really has no respect for his elders. The last time I was preaching, it was Reb. Ted by him until I couldn't step down. Isn't that so? Ever since this brat became a priest, the temple hasn't had peace from top to bottom. Seems like each of us elders has a grudge with him. Each time we preach, he'll ask some strange and outlandish questions, really infuriating to death. These elders were all incomparably indignant, but the words expressed and the implied meaning all revealed a hint of helplessness. Because of Yi Yuan's questions, they really could not answer. The faults that Yi Yuan found, they also had no way of disputing. It was also precisely because so that even though they gnashed their teeth in hatred toward Yi Yuan, they could not do anything to him. No reason other than he was impressive. Not convinced. You debate it with him. The elders normally all stood high above the Ma. SES, receiving the wars. I plus P and respective priests and priest trainees. But Yi Yuan only came a few days and completely crumbled their settings. These elders naturally felt like they had no face. Anai Kuan snorted coldly and said, this punk is simply too outrageous. Who does he think he is? At this rate, the entire priest temple will be turned upside down. Clearly, Anai Kuan's sermons had also been questioned by Yi Yuan before. Furthermore, the number of times was not a few. Anai Kuan was not pleased with Yi Yuan to begin now. Now, he could not bear the sight of him even more. The moment Elderly heard, he said, Elder Anai, this punk must be taught a good lesson. Otherwise, his nose is almost pointing to the sky already. How to punish? Asking questions during sermons, this is a tradition since ancient times. Could it be that we're forbidding him from speaking? If this were to spread out, how will us elders still keep a foothold in front of priests? Kumu said, Anai Kuan suddenly grinned and said, this brat, this old man has long wanted to take him down a peg or two. Anai Kuan's words immediately aroused the interests of the elders. Elder Anai, you have a way? Anai Kuan smiled and said, eternal chess game. Ask not, could it be that you all forgot about it? The moment the elders heard, they immediately revealed knowing smiles. Elderly even laughed loudly and said, "Brilliant, Elder and I, truly brilliant." Yi Yuan did not know that these elders were currently scheming against him. After preaching, he went to get missions. In the priest temple, wanting to earn contribution points, one naturally had to receive pill refining missions. For the same pill refining mission, the higher the quality of the medicinal pill, the more the contribution points obtained. In this half-over year, Yi Yuan would frequently take on some of the temple's pill refining missions. Presently, he was already more and more well-versed in refining demon divine pills. But Yi Yuan's pill refinements were different from the other priests. The other priests all turned their noses up at those low-difficulty missions. But what Yi Yuan took on in this half a year were all some extremely low-difficulty missions. Among them, some missions did not even have contribution points because they were too easy. These missions, some missions that could not be resolved by capital cities below, or even counties. Reaching imperial cities, the difficulty of this level of missions were too low. No one cared about it at all. But Yi Yuan completed each one with the greatest care. "Ha! Lord Yi Yuan came again. What level of mission do you plan on taking on this time?" The ones in charge of missions were a few priest trainees. They had long had some understanding of Yi Yuan's habits already. Even though they were very disdainful in their hearts toward this, Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. They naturally did not dare to slight him. Yi Yuan said, "I'll get 10 2-star difficulty missions this time." As he said this, Yi Yuan started choosing the 2-star missions he preferred more from the mission list. These missions that Yi Yuan picked were naturally pinpointed and not blindly chosen. If the mission did not have much help to his pill refining standard, he would not pick it. Just as Yi Yuan was choosing the missions, a cold laugh suddenly came from behind. "Ha! Actually doing these trash missions that Body does. What temple's #1 genius? I think that he's simply a knockoff, right?" Yi Yuan turned his head to look, and it was a gray-robed youth. He could not help rolling his eyes as he said, "Whatever missions I pick is none of your business. A meddlesome busybody who doesn't understand anything." The gray-robed youth's face turned dark, and he said, "Brat, do you know who I am? To actually dare speak to me like this?" Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "What has it got to do with me? Who you are? Do you think that I'm the same as you, poking into other people's affairs without knowing anything?" When the others heard Yi Yuan's words, each and every one of them was silent like cicadas in winter. Too domineering. The rest all recognized that this gray-robed youth in front of them was called Kong Yun, known as the #1 priest. Being repeatedly read by Yi Yuan, Kong Yun said angrily, "What a razor-tongued brat. Ha! The dignified temple's #1 genius is actually doing this sort of trash mission. Really making people die of laughter. This priest has been in close seclusion these few years. I didn't expect that such a ridiculous thing actually appeared in the temple." In reality, before Yi Yuan appeared, the temple's #1 genius, this Tli, had always belonged to Kong Yun. But last time, Yi Yuan one-shot Chi Feng on his second time, refining demon divine pills. This made the temple's #1 genius Tli quietly transfer hands. Kong Yun had always been in seclusion. Who knew that the moment he exited seclusion, his #1 genius Tli was gone? Upon inquiry, it turned out that a punk called Yi Yuan appeared. Today, Kong Yun came to get missions. Who knew that he just happened to run into Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan gave Kong Yun a glance and said, "Coolly, how many star missions can you take on?" The moment Kong Yun heard, this kid had the intention of challenging him. Haha, interesting. Kong Yun said proudly. With this priest's strength, all 5-star missions are nothing difficult. Why, could it be that you want to compete with me? With just the likes of these trash missions? Ha ha. Regarding this, Kong Yun was still extremely confident. His close seclusion, this time, his alchemy Dao strength made great improvements. 5-star difficulty missions include some level 5 difficulty medicinal pills, as well as a small number of simple level 6 difficulty medicinal pills. With his current strength, he could basically sweep across 5-star missions. And this aspect, other priests could not do it at all. Yi Yuan looked at Kong Yun like he was looking at an idiot. He turned his head to that priest trainee and said, "Give me the 7-star difficulty mission list." Kong Yun could not help being taken back when he heard, bursting into laughter soon after, as he said, "I heard that you've never done missions sing 3 stars before in this half a year. You actually want to do 7-star missions now. Are you trying to spite me?" Haha, spitting also requires strength. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and settled on a few of the most difficult ones among 7-star missions before saying, "Tomorrow noon, I'll come to hand in the missions. When you complete these missions too, then come and raise a hue with me. Now, scram further away from me." Chapter 17, 59 Verification and Acceptance. Chapter 17, 59 Verification and Acceptance. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Kong Yun was angered until his expression was livid, while the others were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound. D.A.M. N punk to actually dare be so arrogant in front of me. 7-star missions. Heh, I want to see how you complete them. Kong Yun smiled coldly and said, "This Yi Yuan is crazy, right? He actually wants to challenge 7-star missions. 7-star missions are what even elders might not be able to complete. That guy's posturing was done over the top, right? Isn't that so? Probably got carried away with the Tlea of the temple's #1 genius, right? This half a year, he has never taken any mission that Serpa SES 3-star difficulty. Jumping to 7-star all of a sudden, isn't this a joke?" Regarding Yi Yuan's actions, everyone was very disapproving of it. 3-star to 7-star, in between this was an insurmountable gulf. 7-star missions, only elders would occasionally accept. Kong Yun came in front of that priest trainee and said with a grim face, "Let me take a look at what kind of missions he drew." The priest trainee did not dare to defy and handed the mission list to Kong Yun. The moment Kong Yun looked, his expression changed first. Then he immediately burst into laughter and said, "This brat is probably a fool, right? These missions, if he can complete them, Kong Yun, will pluck my head off and let him kick like a ball." Yi Yuan's move was too arrogant, throwing away all of his face. His loud laughter was also wanting to gain back some ground. Everyone was also very curious just what kind of 7-star missions Yi Yuan took on. There were many 7-star missions. There were easy ones and also difficult ones. Easy ones were merely slightly harder than 6-star missions. Difficult ones were even comparable to 8-star missions. Yi Yuan currently reached the front door. Hearing Kong Yun's words, Yi Yuan's figure paused, turned his head, and said, "I've remembered your words. I hope that you still have the courage to say such words tomorrow." Kong Yun laughed loudly and said, "You can rest sure that I'll say it one more time tomorrow, because these 10 missions, there's no way you can complete them." Yi Yuan just smiled and left with large strides. The others were all very curious. Some priests whose strengths were pretty good stepped forward and asked, "Brother Kong Yun, just what kind of missions did Yi Yuan choose?" Kong Yun sneered and said, "You guys see for yourself." When everyone saw the list, they immediately exploded. This #75 mission Didn't Elder and I once accept it before? He seemed to have failed back then. Also, this number 367 mission, heard that quite a few elders accepted it. In the end, none of them completed it. These 10 missions, each one is impossible to complete. Is he mad? The 10 missions that Yi Yuan took on had basically all been accepted before by some or several elders. Furthermore, they all failed. This kind of mission, how could a person who just learned half a year of Demon Divine Pill refinement possibly complete them? Moreover, Yi Yuan had never before done 3-star and above missions. Directly doing 7-star missions now, wasn't this nonsense? Kong Yun smiled coldly and said, "A fool who overestimates his own strength. Even if he wants to posture, he also needs to pick something suitable." Everyone nodded their heads, agreeing with Kong Yun's words a lot. This showing off was over the top. At noon on the second day, Kong Yun had long arrived at the mission hall. Same as him, there were already quite a few people waiting here. "Kong Yun, heard that you were also kept in check by Yi Yuan yesterday." Kong Yun turned around to look. It was Chi Feng. This guy heard that Yi Yuan took on a few impossible missions and naturally ran over to watch the show today. Being able to see Yi Yuan get disgraced was also a very refres. Plussing thing. Kong Yun's face fell, and he said, being known as the temple's #1 genius, I even thought that he was some remarkable figure. Turns out that it was a fool. Chi Feng smiled and said, may not be a fool, but being able to force him to this point, there's probably only you. Hearing Chi Feng's words, Kong Yun was also secretly pleased with himself in his heart. If he chose 6-star missions, I'd really still be a little worried. But he chose 7-star. Forget that he chose 7-star. He even only picked some impossible missions. I say, what is he if not a fool? Kong Yun said with a cold smile. Chi Feng naturally did not think that Yi Yuan was a fool, but he similarly did not think that these missions Yi Yuan chose could be completed. In my view, he probably won't be coming today. These missions are totally impossible to complete. However, 7-star and above missions need elders to come to verify and accept them. Elder Stonefeather already came. I want to see how he gives an account. Chi Feng said with a smile. Hearing that, Kong Yun also had a smile on his face. After today, the Tlea of the temple's #1 genius would return to him once again. Came. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan really dared to come. Coming or not, he'll become the temple's laughingstock in the future. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Yi Yuan slowly walked in. Yi Yuan completely ignored the other people's gazes and walked straight to the place to hand in missions. I'm here to hand in missions, Yi Yuan said coolly. That priest trainee hurriedly said, Lord Yi Yuan, please wait a moment. I'll go invite Elder Stonefeather. Yi Yuan nodded his head. That priest trainee turned around and left. Putting on an appearance. These missions, if you can complete one of them, Kong Yun, will write my 2 characters upside down. Kong Yun scorned with a jeering smile. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a speechless look, yesterday wanted to pluck your head for me to kick as a ball. Today wanted to write your name upside down. The things that your parents gave you, do you not cherish them like so? Kong Yun could not help choking when he heard that and said with a cold snort, Stop pretending here. I want to see until when you can pretend. At this time, Stonefeather slowly walked out. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise too. This kid actually challenged 7-star missions all at once. Furthermore, it was all some extremely difficult missions. This was simply looking for abuse. Elder Stonefeather. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Stonefeather. Stonefeather nodded his head and said, Heard that you picked 10 of the most difficult 7-star missions. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, Elder Stonefeather, please verify and accept." As he said, Yi Yuan put 10 storage rings on the counter. Stonefeather's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "10 missions, you completed them all?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since Yi Yuan drew them, I naturally have confidence in completing. Elder, please." Stonefeather was slightly surprised in his heart. He picked up a storage ring, sinking his divine sense inside, and started verifying it. When Kong Yun, Chi Feng, and the rest saw this scene, they all had sneers on their faces. However, Stonefeather's expressions suddenly changed drastically, and he looked at Yi Yuan in shock as he said, This candle Ren immortal true pill was refined by you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder Stonefeather must be joking. Could it be that there's still someone doing it on my behalf?" When the others saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely surprised. Could it be that Yi Yuan really completed one mission? Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Stonefeather picked up the second storage ring and checked it again. Following that was the third one, fourth, all the way until the 10th. The expression on Stonefeather's face became more and more shocked and more incredulous. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was like he had seen a ghost. When everyone saw Stonefeather's rich expressions, each and every one of them was similarly extremely shocked. What in the world did Yi Yuan do to actually make Elder Stonefeather lose composure like so? Chapter 1760, Try Saying It Again. 1760, Try Saying It Again. Elder Stonefeather, this Kong Yin was long already not as calm as before anymore. Stonefeather, a 5-star high priest, actually lost composure, like so. This was too abnormal. Stonefeather waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't talk to me. Let me calm down for a while." He held those 10 storage rings repeatedly, looked at one, and put another one down, examining each one carefully continuously. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them clicked their tongues in wonder. However, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became different. No idea how long had passed, said either Stonefeather finally recovered from his shock. He heaved a long sigh of relief, calmed his emotions down, and said to Yi Yuan, "I heard that you never received 3-star and above missions at all in this half a year. How are you able to complete 7-star missions all of a sudden?" Same as everyone, Stonefeather was also very perplexed. He knew that with Yi Yuan's alchemy, Tao foundation, and talent, he should pick up demon divine pill techniques very quickly, but he completely did not expect that it would be fast to such an inconceivable extent. When he checked these 10 missions just now, they were all level 7 difficulty demon divine pills. Furthermore, they were very high difficulty, level 7 difficulty medicinal pills, demon divine pills of this difficulty. Even the elders did not have confidence in completing within 1 or 2 times. Not only did Yi Yuan complete them, but he also completed them very perfectly. Each kind of medicinal pill reached divine grade, refining level 7 demon divine pills to divine grade. This was simply a fairy tale-like thing. Even these 5-star high priests did not possibly have anyone able to do it too. This was the reason why he was so shocked. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Understanding one aspect, understanding all aspects. Refining high-difficulty medicinal pills might not need going up one level by one level when refining. As long as one lays down a solid foundation, they can naturally achieve mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject." Stonefeather's gaze turned intent, and he praised, "A fine understanding one aspect, understanding all aspects. It's just that how many can do it to this extent? Yi Yuan, you indeed didn't disappoint me." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, Elder Stonefeather." Stonefeather nodded his head and said to the priest trainee, "Yi Yuan's 10 missions give him 30,000 contribution points for each one. 3 to 30,000? Elder Stonefeather, is there a mistake? Kong Yun said with a look of disbelief when he heard this. What did 30,000 points per mission mean? Kong Yun, did not even have that many contribution points by taking on several dozen 5-star missions. One should not look at how Chi Feng gave away several hundred contribution points to Yi Yuan in the PSIT. Actually, this was already not a small sum. Accepting a 4-star mission, after completing it, one would only get several dozen to 100 contribution points. For Chi Feng to want to earn several hundred contribution points, he needed to do quite a few 4-star missions. As for 2,000 contribution points, Chi Feng had to strive for at least quite a few years. Now, Yi Yuan's one mission was worth 30,000 contribution points. This was too fake. Kong Yun's first reaction was that Elder Stonefeather did it on purpose, wanting to use Yi Yuan's achievement as a contrast. There's naturally no mistake. Yi Yuan's 10 missions, each one was completed perfectly. Awarding someone according to a 7-star mission's peak value. It's 30,000 for one, Stonefeather said coolly. Kong Yun's expression changed drastically, and he said in terror, Peak value? How is this possible? Peak value. Only under the circumstances of completing divine grade would the reward be given. Could it be that Yi Yuan's 10 missions all reached divine grade? Missions that even elders could not complete. How was this possible? Stonefeather's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, Kong Yun, could it be that you're questioning this elder? Kong Yun's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, dare not. I just, Stonefeather gave a cold snort, and said, rather than being jealous of men of talent, why not spend more time on cultivation? I HPE that today's events will sound a wake-up call for you all. Finished talking, Stonefeather turned around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Kong Yun and said with a smile that was not a smile, now, try saying the words you said yesterday loudly again. When Kong Yun heard that, his entire face became incomparably embarrassed. As said, he was still pledging in all seriousness yesterday, saying that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to complete the missions. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant was that he was certain there was no way Yi Yuan could finish any of the 10 missions. But today, not only did Yi Yuan complete it, furthermore, he completed it in a terrifyingly brilliant manner, too perfectly. Seeing Kong Yun's appearance, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, a coward who has the B-A-L-S to say but doesn't have the B-A-L-S to act. If you don't have strength, don't posture in front of others, you'll get slapped. If you can complete 7-star missions, come in front of me to raise a hue at that time. Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered off. Coming out of Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan was stopped by the white-haired old man again. With the first time, there was naturally the second time, the third time. Ever since that time, each time Yi Yuan came out of Tianlu Pavilion, he would be stopped by the white-haired old man who sat down and debated on the Tao with him. Because he discovered that Yi Yuan's insights were extremely unique and could often set people thinking. Some areas of doubts and omissions he had in the past also had a feeling of becoming enlightened at once. Before encountering Yi Yuan, the white-haired old man thought that he had already thoroughly understood the Tianlu Pavilion's CLA S6. All the way until that time, he tested Yi Yuan. He discovered that he actually still had many questions that he did not understand thoroughly. Of course, Yi Yuan was also willing to approach it with this white-haired old man. This old man's attainments in demon divine pills were absolutely extraordinary. To Yi Yuan, a novice, the white-haired old man's guidance tended to give him a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the moonlight. This kind of exchange was naturally greatly beneficial to the two. Yi Yuan's improvement being so fast was not unrelated to this white-haired old man. After a bout of intense discussions, the white-haired old man suddenly said, "I heard that this half a year you questioned the various elders during their sermons, making them unable to step down?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That will depend on how you view the matter. Actually, I feel that raising questions when you have them, all can discuss together and improve together. This is a good thing. It's just that to some elders who have already been famous for a long time, face is clearly more important than strength." The white-haired old man burst into laughter when he heard it and said, "Well said. Those fools think that they are number one under the heavens, but they don't know that there's heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. Their alchemy Tao is merely but some superficial knowledge." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Junior always felt that talent can have differences, but attitude can completely have no differences. Hiding your problems and not taking remedial measures, one can only come to a standstill. The disciple doesn't need to be inferior to the master. The master doesn't need to be inferior to the disciple. Some of the students' insights can perhaps let the teacher have another bout of gains. It's just that they insist that I'm causing trouble, so I also can't do anything about it." The white-haired old man chortled with laughter and said, "You, brat, are really different from the rest. But I heard that they have already joined hands, planning to teach you a good lesson. You have to be a little more careful." Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Teach me a lesson? How so?" The white-haired old man lightly stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Have you heard of the eternal chess game, Ask Not?" Yi Yuan shook his head, clearly not having the slightest clue about this. Chapter 17, 61, Eternal Chess Game. Ask Not. Chapter 17, 61, Eternal Chess Game. Ask Not. The white-haired old man changed to a fascinated expression and slowly said, 50 million years ago, my demon race's sacred ancestor, High Priest, attained Tao. In order to write the demon race's name, he went to challenge the human race's medicine ancestor, who knew that these two created a new path, and actually integrated alchemy Tao into Go, playing an eternal chess game called Ask Not. When he heard that, Yi Yuan said in surprise, challenging the medicine ancestor. The demon race's sacred ancestor, High Priest, was actually so powerful. The white-haired old man's face fell, and he said with a black face, "What do you mean? Could it be that our demon race deserves to be worse than your human race?" Yi Yuan laughed awkwardly and said, "Oh, Senior, don't blame me. Junior has always heard that the medicine ancestor is only half a step away from stepping into the realm of Tao ancestor. So I instinctively thought that the medicine ancestor is this heaven-span world's strongest alchemist. In reality, even Dustless was also not clear how powerful the demon race's sacred ancestor, High Priest, was. After all, in the eyes of these top characters, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was merely a junior too. When the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, High Priest, played chess, the Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was still at no idea which faraway corner. There was also no Immortal Grove world. The white-haired old man huffed, but his expression became much more relaxed. Letting out a sigh, he said, "Actually, what you thought is also right. Even though the sacred ancestor High Priest was powerful, he was still a hair inferior to the medicine ancestor in the end. This game of chess, it was still the sacred ancestor, High Priest, who lost in the end." Yi Yuan was secretly startled. He completely did not expect that the demon race's sacred ancestor, High Priest, was actually so powerful to be able to contend with the medicine ancestor in alchemy Tao. In the notion that Dustless indoctrinated to Yi Yuan, the medicine ancestor was an invincible existence. It was completely impossible for there to be someone who could rival him in alchemy Tao. One had to know he was an extraordinary person who had half a foot stepped into Tao ancestor realm. In alchemy Tao, he could be said to be standing at the apex of this world. However, the sacred ancestor, high priest, could actually play with the medicine ancestor, and only lose by a hair. This strength, you probably could not find a second one in the entire heavenspan world. Senior, losing is losing. Why was this chess game called Ask Not? Yi Yuan asked. The white-haired old man glanced at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, I said that this was a chess game, but actually it was these two people's understanding of Tao. Back then, when he reached a dilemma, the sacred ancestor, high priest, sat in front of the chess game for 100,000 years. In the end, his hair and beard turned white, and he was seriously injured and vomited blood. He finally opened his mouth and asked the medicine ancestor, just where did he lose? The medicine ancestor just smiled and said, 4 words, ask not, ask not. The name of this chess game also came from this. And then Yi Yuan said, it was said that the sacred ancestor high priest had always taken this to heart and wholeheartedly wanted to take revenge and redress hatred. But he also knew that his gap from the medicine ancestor. Hence, after the return to the demon race, he established the priest temple and took in disciples extensively in hopes of being able to groom an existence who could contend with the medicine ancestor. At the same time, the sacred ancestor, high priest even reduced the complexity, engraving many copies of Ask Not and distributed them to each priest temple. As long as someone could crack Ask Not, they would have the qualifications to directly enter the priest temple's headquarters, said the white-haired old man. So that's how it is. Looks like the elders want me to beat a retreat in the face of overwhelming odds against me. Yi Yuan smiled and said. The white-haired old man said with a smile that was not a smile, are you scared? Yi Yuan smiled as he looked at the white-haired old man and suddenly said, that day, when Hall Master Dicho wanted to kill me, it should have been Senior who helped me resolve my predicament, right? The white-haired old man was slightly stunned, then immediately pointed at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, I knew that it couldn't hide from you, this brat. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Junior thanks Senior for your life-saving grace. However, we've already known each other for more than half a year, and Yi Yuan still doesn't know Senior's name. The white-haired old man said, coolly, this old man has a single character name, Xiao. You can call me Senior Xiao. Yi Yuan said knowingly, Senior Xiao goading me is hoping for me to go and attempt it. Xiao smiled and said, for 50 million years, those who could crack the simplified Ask Not were only 11 people. These 11 people are presently all disciples under the sacred ancestor high priest, and also the backbone of our demon race's alchemists. It's just a shame that these 11 people studied for tens of millions of years and are also unable to crack the real Ask Not. 50 million years and only 11 people. So how does Senior know that I can crack it? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xiao shook his head and said, even the Ask Not, after simplification, studies the mysteries of creation, opens up the mysteries of great Tao. Ordinary people can't pass it at all. A single misstep, and one will even lose their lives on their spot. You're endowed with unusual intelligence. Your views are unique. I think maybe you have a possibility of passing it. How about it? Have the guts to give it a try. In this half a year, Xiao sat down and debated on Tao with Yi Yuan. The more they talked, the more he took advantage of the opportunity. And as time went on, he also became more confident in Yi Yuan's talent. Hence, that was why he supported Yi Yuan to attempt it. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, how can this kind of thing need Senior to goad? If I had long known that there was such a chess game, I'd probably have long been unable to stand it and went to attempt it. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, Xiu's expression became solemn instead, and he said, "Brat, I know that you're exceedingly talented. But don't look down on this. Ask not. For 50 million years, the geniuses who died under this, ask not, can probably drown an imperial capital when added up. This chess game was the game of two supreme powerhouses. The perils contained inside were naturally all-pervasive. This kind of chess game, dull talents were fine instead. But once those outstandingly talented ones get caught inside, integrating into the game between the two, it would be extremely dangerous, fatal pitfalls hidden everywhere. So, the higher the talent, the more miserably one would die instead. That Ni Kuan, resorting to this move, was actually wanting to borrow, ask, not to kill Yi Yuan. After all, the talent that Yi Yuan exhibited, everyone else saw it. Ni Kuan did not like Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he did not acknowledge Yi Yuan's alchemy talent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Where the Tao lies, even if tens of millions oppose, I'll also march forward bravely. If I don't even have this bit of courage, how can I talk about achieving the great Tao?" Xiu smacked his thigh when he heard it and said with a big laugh, "Good. This old man indeed didn't misjudge you." When Yi Yuan found Ni Kuan, saying that he wanted to challenge, ask not, Ni Kuan was shocked inwardly. He was currently plotting on how to force Yi Yuan to challenge, ask not. He did not expect that Yi Yuan delivered himself to the door. This act made him somewhat stunned. "You really want to challenge, ask not?" Ni Kuan said in astonishment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't this precisely what you hoped for?" Ni Kuan was taken aback and blurted out, "You know this too?" Ni Kuan panicked, discovering that he divulged it. Wasn't this equivalent to admitting that this matter was him inciting it at the back? This kid was shrewd and crafty, really impossible to guard against. Actually, whether he admitted it or not, Yi Yuan did not care. This matter, Xiu already told Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he also would not know the dangers involved, and naturally would not know Ni Kuan's diligence. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Elder Ni Kuan, why don't we make an agreement? How about that?" Ni Kuan's expression was somewhat ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "What do you want to agree on?" Yi Yuan said, "If I fail, I won't speak again during the elders' sermons in the future. If I succeed by a fluke, all of the elders' sermons, everyone can speak freely as they Wisconsin H. Plus, what do you think?" Chapter 1762. Yi Yuan, 1. TB a chess piece. 1762. Yi Yuan, 1. TB a chess piece. Where are you all going? You actually don't know such a major incident. That Yi Yuan, who's known as the temple's #1 genius, is actually going to challenge, ask not. What? Isn't this looking for abuse? Back then, Kuang Fei, who was known as an unrivaled genius, nearly died on the spot because he challenged ask not. In the end, he recuperated for a full 100 years before barely managing to recover. Ask not is a vial of poison. Everyone knows that it's dangerous, but there's always someone who tries it. The more talented, the more it is so. Such a major thing. I have to go see. One person told 10, 10 told 100. The news of Yi Yuan challenging the divine game, ask not, spread it throughout the entire priest temple very quickly. In the plaza, the elders were all present. Ni Kuan looked at Yi Yuan, a look of gloating over his misfortune. He naturally knew that these so-called geniuses were all proud. He was the same back then. Recollecting back then, he was also extraordinarily gifted, thinking that he was the #1 under the heavens. That was why he would go challenge, ask not. The outcome, naturally, need not be said. How similar was Yi Yuan's current appearance to his back then? Deity looked at Yi Yuan and said in a Hoa-R-S-E voice, "Yi Yuan, you have to think clearly. Upon entering the chess game, Life and death are unknown. The geniuses who died inside are too many to count. Yi Yuan said coolly, Lord Hall Master, please cast the spell. Di Chou saw the decisive look on Yi Yuan's face and no longer urged him. A profound spell soared to the sky. A chessboard gradually became bigger, flying out of Di Chou's palm and landing in the center of the plaza. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but he only saw that stone chessboard was very ordinary. It was no different from an ordinary chessboard. On the chessboard, black and white chess pieces were crisscrossed, murderous intent faintly looming, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Yi Yuan only took one look and was no longer able to leave. Yi Yuan was also a master in this aspect. Alchemy was dull and dry. When Yi Yuan was free and had nothing to do, he would play chess to temper his heart realm. As the saying went, a myriad of great Daos all led to the same goal. A tiny little chessboard actually contained the maxim of great Tao, Tian Yuan, one as chaos, crisscrossing in vertical and horizontal directions, deriving a myriad great Tao. Actually, this was a universe. Yi Yuan knew that this chess compet, one, Tian was actually the compet, one, Tian between the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor, high priest, the two people's Tao. Yi Yuan rapidly deduced in his mind and discovered to his amazement that the black pieces were already driven into an impa, SE. No matter where the next piece landed, it was a certain death scenario. No wonder the sacred ancestor, high priest, sat in front of the chess game for 100,000 years back then. No way to advance. Unable to retreat, the medicine ancestor already forced the sacred ancestor, high priest, to the edge of the cliff. This kind of chess game, there were actually 11 people who said it. Yi Yuan was extremely shocked in his heart. Even though it was the simplified ask not, Yi Yuan could tell that this chess game was simply a certain death scenario. Those 11 people were actually able to S the test, how as stonies. Plussing was their talent? Haha, scared? If you back out now, you can still make it. Kuan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan, concede defeat. Don't overestimate your own ability. Elderly said with a smug look. The other elders were also cynical regarding Yi Yuan's actions that were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. They were all disdainful toward him. Yi Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, you guys can't doesn't mean others can't. Since there are people who said the test, then there's naturally a ray of hope. Can't it can only be blamed you guys for being too stupid, unable to find a ray of hope. This bunch of old fellows wished that he would die in the chess game. Saying so was merely in order to trigger him. Why would he show these elders a good attitude? Insolence. Yi Yuan, who do you think you're talking to? Kuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at Kuan and said with a smile, you schemed day and night to make me come and challenge. Ask not, isn't it wanting me to fall inside? If I die, I'd also be someone who's about to die right now. What's the big deal about saying a thing or two about you? If I really make it through, scolding you a few words is even less of a matter. Don't you agree, Elder Kuan was taken aback when he heard that, but he immediately smiled coldly and said, perhaps you'll be half dead? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, then isn't that exactly to Elder Ni's taste? Kuan burst out laughing when he heard it and said, I didn't expect that you're still pretty humorous. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, leaped up, and landed on the chessboard. Buzz! Instantly, the situation suddenly changed. The entire chessboard was seemingly being activated. Waves of dense aura rose out of thin air. Each chess piece seemed to have come to life. In front of Yi Yuan seemingly became hordes of troops and horses. The two armies galloped and fought at close quarters, incomparably brutal. Even if Yi Yuan utilized the sun-moon heavenly pupil, it was of no use at all too. With his strength, he could not see through it all. Suddenly, two surges of aura that was formidable until it made people suffocate suddenly descended. Yi Yuan's complexion turned pale, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood with a cough. In front of Yi Yuan, an enormous figure rose from the ground up. A pair of enormous eyes cast toward Yi Yuan. This giant image was clearly in front of Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually could not see it clearly. This is the sacred ancestor, high priest, so strong. Yi Yuan said while being in shock in his heart. Yi Yuan knew that this was merely a wisp of willpower transformed by the sacred ancestor, high priest. But this trace of will was too powerful already. It actually made him have a feeling of being unable to match it. Lad, exterminate the medicine ancestors will with my will. I will bestow upon you a transcendent lucky chance. The enormous image slowly opened his mouth, his tone matchlessly domineering. Done talking, a pair of enormous hands landed from the sky. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He felt that his own will was instantly crushed by a giant mountain, and was about to be crushed into a meat pie. Unparalleled willpower. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You want me to submit, and let me become a chess piece in your hands. This is simply a certain win game. It's merely in order to let the challenger accept your will, that's all." The giant image said without the slightest emotion, "So what? Can't even withstand this seat's will. So how can you become an existence that transcends the medicine ancestor?" Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan won't be a chess piece." Yi Yuan's challenge was to clear the hurdle with his own strength and not rely on other people. He had never needed to take on other people's will before. The giant image snorted coldly and said, "Powerhouses all start from chess pieces. In this place, it's not up to you. This seat is the chess game's sovereign. This simplified, ask not, was set up by the sacred ancestor, high priest, in the first place. This chess game was controlled by him and not the medicine ancestor. Only the true, ask not, was a chess game controlled by the medicine ancestor. In this place, if the sacred ancestor high priest wanted you to live, you live. If he wanted you to die, you would die." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "My Yi Yuan's fate has always been grasped in my own hands. A chess piece. I won't deign to become it. Even if you're the sacred ancestor, high priest, it won't do to." The giant image gave a cold snort and said, "What an arrogant and unruly punk. Not accepting my will, the outcome is only death." The sacred ancestor, high priest's voice was incomparably cold, as if killing Yi Yuan was merely a matter of waving a hand. Yi Yuan's gaze was cold as he said in a chilly voice, "In that case, go ahead and try." 1. A position and go. Chapter 1763, replacing Chapter 1763, replacing at this time. The outside world saw another scene. The moment the chess game started, everything would be hidden. The chessboard radiated a brilliant light projecting above the sky, forming an enormous chessboard. Similarly, two giant illusions were currently facing each other in the sky, the momentum Estones. I plusing. The chess game already started for a long time, but both parties still did not move. Stonefeather frowned and said, "What's going on?" "It hasn't started until now." And Kuan said with a gloating face, "This brat wouldn't be unable to withstand Lord's sacred ancestor's will, right? Looks like this brat has an excess of talent, but is lacking willpower." What this simplified, ask not, tested was the alchemy Tao will of the priests. The more firm one's Tao seeking heart was, the more steps one could take. Now, Yi Yuan could not even take a single step. It clearly showed that his willpower was weak, and he was completely unable to withstand the sacred ancestor, High Priest's peerless will. Below, in the crowd, Xiu's brows were also knitted together. What's going on with this kid? Could it be that he's really unable to even withstand Lord Sacred Ancestor's initialmost will? Could it be that I misjudged him? Clearly, he was also extremely perplexed by this scene. But Kong Yun laughed loudly and said, "This kid wouldn't have been directly crushed by Lord Sacred Ancestor's will, right? Genius? What a joke." The Chi Feng by the side also smiled coldly and said, "If he was directly crushed, then it will really become the biggest joke in the history of the demon race. Such a genius actually couldn't even withstand the initialmost will. It's also considered unprecedented and unrepeatable, right?" Outside, many people were all gloating over others' misfortune. But inside, ask not, Yi Yuan had a resolute look, welcoming that powerful virtual image. Not being a chess piece, one must have the strength that crushes all life. You are no good. Since you cling obstinately to your own course, then suffer this seat's wrath. The moment the giant image's voice faded, it was as if the whole world collapsed. A powerful willpower directly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. This burst of willpower descending was like the sky collapsed, heaven and earth changing colors. At this time, the soul-suppressing pearl emitted a gentle energy, wrapping Yi Yuan's divine soul up. Although this willpower was strong, it was not the real ask not. After all, with Dustless's current ability, he could completely isolate this willpower. But who knew that? Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "Senior, you don't have to be like this. In terms of willpower strength, Yi Yuan, absolutely don't lose to anybody, even if it is the sacred ancestor, High Priest." The moment these words came out, the soul-suppressing pearl's power pulled back like tidewater. That willpower, which could topple mountains and overturn the seas, directly scoured over toward Yi Yuan's divine soul. Buzz. Yi Yuan only felt his mind go into a daze, his entire person akin to being thunderstruck, spewing out a mouthful of blood once more. "Kneel." A thunderous voice ordered Yi Yuan's divine soul. However, Yi Yuan was like a stubborn rock in a waterfall that stood firmly. No matter how powerful this will was, he simply remained immovable. Yi Yuan, don't even kneel to heaven. So why would I kneel to you if I'm not even a match for a wisp of your remnant thought? How can I save my lover? Yi Yuan gritted his teeth. A surge of stubborn willpower surged to the sky. Gradually, the imposing momentum on Yi Yuan's body actually became stronger and stronger, and actually faintly showed signs of withstanding the sacred ancestor's will. This was a compact, one tine of willpower. Yi Yuan entered the heavenspan world in order to save Mu Lingxue. For this, he must walk up to the summit of the heavenspan mountain, and also must have absolute strength, living two lives, experiencing MPY roads. Yi Yuan would not really entrust his hopes onto the Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan understood the logic. The one who could truly save Mu Lingxue was only him. Therefore, he could not lose to anyone. All beneath Tao ancestors were ants. Someone as powerful as the sacred ancestor High Priest was also merely a chess piece. Furthermore, Yi Yuan possessed the lesser heavenspan mountain and created a peerless cultivation method. His horizons were absolutely not what the average martial artist could compare to. He faintly had a feeling that even Tao ancestors might also be chess pieces. In this world's overall situation, Yi Yuan was unwilling to be AW, and he wanted to dictate his own destiny. This clash of will, the hardest was the initialmost one. Once pulled through, it was far from as intense as at first. Ah! A soft cry of surprise came from the void. It clearly felt very surprised at Yi Yuan not being crushed into pieces. Looks like this seat underestimated you. Since that's the case, suffer this seat's wrath. The giant image gave a cold snort, pointing his enormous finger. A majestic power of great Tao carried powerful will and rumbled toward Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a hint of cold smile flash. Plussing across the corners of his mouth, as he said, "This is your Tao? Indeed powerful. It's just that to me. It's merely thus." Yi Yuan put his two hands together. Civ Tai Chi diagram suddenly unfolded. Tai Chi Great Tao diagram. How is this possible? Shock appeared for the first time in the giant image's words. He was seriously unable to understand how a junior, who was just divine Lord Realm, could cultivate the Tai Chi Great Tao diagram. This sort of thing. Bang! The sacred ancestors' great Tao and Yi Yuan's Tai Chi Great Tao diagram emitted violent collisions in this stretch of void. The earth quaked and mountains swayed. At the same time, the outside world's chessboard similarly gave off intense quaking. It was as if the chessboard was about to collapse. Xiu's expression changed drastically, and he revealed a thick look of disappointment as he said, he really can't even lay down a single chess piece. Ha ha! This kid actually boasted shamelessly about wanting to challenge Ask Not. In the end, he actually didn't even set down a single piece. What a hoot! And Kuan said, and laughed loudly. The other elders also secretly shook their heads. Clearly, they felt that this was a farce. Kong Yin also had a mocking look as he laughed loudly, and said, "What's called overestimating your own ability? This is called overestimating your own ability." Didn't put down a single piece, and was wiped out by Lord Sacred Ancestors' will. This time, it's really unprecedented and unrepeatable. Qi Feng laughed hard and said, "Our tyrant origin Imperial City has to keep this secret well. Otherwise, it will be really disgraceful." Bang! Right at this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's phantom suddenly shattered, turning into motes of starlight dissipating between heaven and earth. Xiu's expression changed, and he said in surprise, "What's going on? Logically speaking, this game should have already ended. Why, is the Medicine Ancestor's phantom still there, but Lord Sacred Ancestor's phantom actually crumbled?" His skill was profound. What he saw was naturally far from what others could compare to. This scene seemed to be different from his understanding. It seemed to be somewhat unusual. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. Gaze looked towards the void in amazement, the place where Sacred Ancestor, High Priest shattered originally. A figure was actually gradually condensing. How is this possible? Xiu looked towards the sky in incredible shock. That figure gradually condensed. Judging from the outline, it was actually exactly similar to Yi Yuan's. That enormous chessboard's two sides were now replaced with the Medicine Ancestor and Yi Yuan. Same as Xiu's expression. Everyone below all had astonished looks, being taken by surprise by this sudden change. Chapter 1764, A Lousy Chess Move. Chapter 1764, A lousy chess move looking at that gradually solidifying phantom. Everyone was shocked to the core. Different from the Medicine Ancestor's vagueness and illusoriness, Yi Yuan's figure appeared extremely solid. One look, and you could tell that he was Yi Yuan. What's going on here? Why did the one playing with the Medicine Ancestor become Yi Yuan? Are you kidding me? Yi Yuan is actually going to replace Lord Sacred Ancestor and play with the Medicine Ancestor? Never heard of anyone who could replace Lord Sacred Ancestor. What in the world happened inside the chess game? Why would such a thing happen? At this time, the priest temple was in shock. The sacred ancestor, high priest, and medicine ancestor had already played for 50 million years. In the long river of history, the geniuses who had challenged ask not before were G. Oh, D knows how many. There were even 11 people who really succeeded in challenging. But it had never been heard of that someone could replace Lord's sacred ancestor and play against the medicine ancestor. This kind of thing, saying it out, no one would believe it. Today, it actually really happened before their eyes. How could this not surprise them? However, this was not over yet. Opposite, the medicine ancestors' aura started to skyrocket. An aura of great Tao spread out between heaven and earth. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help changing suddenly. Xiao had a look of shock as he muttered, "This, without Lord's sacred ancestors' absolute suppression, the medicine ancestors' Tao ACCU mutations are fully released. This is a showdown between Yi Yuan and the medicine ancestor. How in the world did this kid do it?" Xiao knew that this was just the ask not after simplification. The medicine ancestors' Tao ACCU mutations were less than 1% of the true ask not. But even so, it was also not what the average person could imagine. Otherwise, there also would not be only a scanny 11 people who could pass the test in 50 million years. However, the tests in the past were all the sacred ancestor high priest forcefully suppressing the medicine ancestors' Tao ACCU mutations with his absolute power. Just as Yi Yuan said, this ask not was a certain win situation in the first place. The only problem was whether or not the challenger could bear his willpower oppression. However, once the medicine ancestors' Tao ACCU mutations lost the suppression, that was the real medicine ancestor. Even though it was just an extremely tiny portion of the medicine ancestors' Tao ACCU mutations, everyone was uncertain what it meant. But without a doubt, for Yi Yuan to be able to replace him, it was not what the average person could do. Could it be that Yi Yuan wiped away Lord's sacred ancestors' will? And I Kuan was startled by this thought of his that jumped out and immediately denied his idea. This was something impossible. Back then, he had experienced firsthand the might of Lord's sacred ancestors' will. That kind of might simply made people unable to give rise to the slightest thought of resistance. If, say, his own will was an ant, then Lord's sacred ancestors' will was a tall mountain. Between the two resistance, this relations, H, I plus P, did not exist at all. There was only submission. Yi Yuan's current strength was even lesser than his back then. How could he possibly wipe away Lord's sacred ancestors' will? But in Ni Kuan's heart, there was a different voice continuously creeping. Within the chess game, a 100,000-foot giant towered opposite Yi Yuan. The aura was more than 100 times stronger than before. Interesting. I didn't expect that in this world, there's actually someone capable of releasing a trace of this seat's residual Tao ACCU mutilation under Wing's hands. You are probably the first in these 50 million years, right? Above the sky, a pair of eyes like two bright beacons in the dark night cast toward Yi Yuan. Those eyes overlooked the world, even if it was just a trace of residual Tao ACCU mutilation. It did not even count as a remnant thought. This kind of eyes that was like looking at an ant made Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I've long heard that the medicine ancestors' alchemy Tao is unparalleled under the heavens. Today, this Yi wishes to ask for advice." That phantom revealed a hint of surprise and said with a faint smile, "Ask for advice? Ho-hoo, Junior, you're not qualified enough." His words were full of contempt. Medicine ancestor. He was the proud medicine ancestor. Even though this was like a residual Tao ACCU mulation from 50 million years ago, his pride was still irreplaceable. He was the man who stood at the apex of this world's alchemy Tao. Actually, the ones he looked down upon were more than just Yi Yuan. Even the sacred ancestor high priest from 50 million years ago, he probably thought nothing of him as well, right? Ask not, 2 words already expressed this contempt without any doubt. Most likely, this was also the true reason why the sacred ancestor, high priest, reflected on the bitter lesson and resolved to Serpa. S the medicine ancestor, right? This humiliation to the sacred ancestor, high priest, this kind of proud demon race powerhouse, it was probably not so easy to wash away. However, the current Yi Yuan could also truly feel the might of this medicine ancestor before his eyes. Without the sacred ancestor, high priest suppression, this medicine ancestor in front of him was even stronger than that sacred ancestor, high priest from before. Towards this pride, Yi Yuan was naturally very disdainful and said coolly, "Haven't competed yet, so how do you know that I'm not qualified enough?" Finished talking, he did not wait for the medicine ancestor to answer either and pointed out a black chess piece condensed out of the void. Smack! A crisp sound echoed throughout the world. A surge of great Tao aura crept out. When the piece landed, the entire chessboard flashed with a piercing light. 2 powerful auras rose to the sky. It was as if all of the chess pieces came to life. On the whole board, hordes of troops and horses galloped, winds howling heavily. 2 great Tao auras fought each other in close quarters, rending each other. Neither was willing to give in half a step. Within an extremely tiny a C, the melody of great Tao manifested in its entirety. The medicine ancestor's gaze turned sharp, and he cried out in shock, "Tian Yuan won." "Junior, you have such courage. This is digging your own grave." Smack! Above the void, light flashed. Yi Yuan's phantom landed a piece, going straight for Tian Yuan. Below, everyone exclaimed in shock, "Tian Yuan!" When Anai Kuan saw this scene, he smiled coldly and said, "This kid is a total layman. Playing Tian Yuan in such a final phase of the game, what difference is there from courting death?" Di Chou also shook his head and said, "Took the field shockingly. I was still wondering how greatly different this kid was. I didn't expect that he was actually so bad. With this defeat, it's likely hard to survive." Yi Yuan's chess move was seen as a wasted move by everyone. This ask-not game was actually set up anew by the sacred ancestor, high priest himself, after going back many steps. Each step had its set routine. Putting it bluntly, it was retracting a false move in chess. As long as one could withstand the sacred ancestor's will, they could become a chess piece in the sacred ancestor's hands, walking on step by step until they won. Except few could withstand the willpower of that many steps. But now, Yi Yuan's move completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Of course, there were many people present who knew chess. This step landing in everyone's eyes was a wasted move. One had to know how a Stonies, plussing the sacred ancestor high priest's chess prowess, and Tao ACCU mulation was the steps that he derived were definitely the most perfect steps. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to blaze another trail. Furthermore, he even played a lousy move. How could they not be surprised/black and white? Tian Yuan was a hotly contested spot. This game was also a fierce struggle launched, revolving around Tian Yuan. But no one dared to take Tian Yuan first. Even the medicine ancestor did not dare to, because that way there would be no path to retreat. But Yi Yuan did it without the slightest hesitation. One Tian Yuan is a chess move and go. Chapter 1765, breaking out of the cock. O.O.N and becoming a BUT turfly, 1765 breaking out of the cock, O.O.N and becoming a B.U.T turfly, digging my own grave, is it? If you have the capability, bury me. Yi Yuan stared into the sky, the corners of his mouth revealing faint mockery. The other party was merely a trace of residual Tao, ACCU, mulation. Really don't know where his confidence came from. Humph. Ignorant junior, since you're wholeheartedly seeking death, then this ancestor will send you on your way. The medicine ancestor's voice carried thick sullen anger. Smack. A white piece landed. The situation suddenly changed on the entire chessboard again, only to see the white piece turn into thousands of martial artists, Russ. Plussing over, their momentum imposing. On Yi Yuan's side, the black pieces also transformed into countless black-clothed martial artists. Both sides launched a dreadful slaughter. Except the medicine ancestor was indeed worthy of being the medicine ancestor. His white pieces already took the advantage. This piece landed. It immediately launched an encirclement against Yi Yuan's Tian Yuan and already showed trends of turning his advantage into victory. Smack! Yi Yuan landed another piece without the slightest hesitation, seemingly without going through any thought at all. But this piece did not unfold around Tian Yuan, but instead landed 10,000 miles away. It was completely unrelated to that Tian Yuan move earlier. Ignorant. Now, you know how foolish that move just now was, right? However, you already don't have regret medicine that you can eat. Placing a piece, this round has started. The medicine ancestors' words were full of ridicule and disdain. While talking, another piece landed. The white-clothed martial artists' imposing momentum grew even stronger and soared significantly once more, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was all the white-clothed martial artist figures, their momentum extremely shocking. Smack! Yi Yuan landed another piece and said with a faint smile, "In my dictionary, there's no word regret. Wait until you defeat me before bragging." Above the sky, the two people played off. The white piece's odds of winning grew higher and higher. The black pieces were at a disadvantage to begin with. Now, it was even encroached upon by the white pieces little by little. When the priests of the temple saw this scene, each and every one revealed disdainful looks. This Yi Yuan is too weak. His Tao isn't worth mentioning at all in front of the medicine ancestor. Yeah, this is called overestimating your own ability, right? What kind of existence is the medicine ancestor? Even Lord's sacred ancestor wasn't his match. What right does he have? Medicine ancestor. Even in the demon race, he was also a figure at the absolute summit of this world. Unless one reached the sacred ancestor, high priest's realm, otherwise anyone challenging him. That was an act of overestimating their own ability. This game had nothing to do with strength, only alchemy. But in this world, whose attainments in alchemy could be mentioned in the same breath with the medicine ancestor. Hence, Yi Yuan was out and out overrating his own ability. And I Kuan looked at the gradually losing black pieces and said with a cold smile, "This game is the showdown of Tao. The most pieces lost, the greater the medicine ancestor's Tao, ACCU, mulation's impact on him. According to this current trend, it's likely one-sided. This brat is dead, for sure. Wouldn't die if he didn't seek death. The chess path that Lord's sacred ancestor deduced, who can Serpa it in this world, yet he took unnecessary actions, insisting on playing against the medicine ancestor himself. This is really courting death. You look at his chess moves. Not only was it not thought through, it doesn't have any methodology at all. It's simply messing around." Elderly said with a scornful look, and I Kuan smiled and said, "Geniuses are all proud, but he also doesn't weigh who his opponent is." On the chessboard, Yi Yuan placed his pieces extremely quickly, without thinking at all. Black versus white. Each step was doubly cautious. Back then, this game that the sacred ancestor, high priest, and medicine ancestor, two people played, lasted as long as 100 years. And the final piece, the sacred ancestor, high priest, even sat dully for 100,000 years. This was longer than the lifespan of mortals. Xiao looked at that game of chess and could not resist shaking his head slightly as he sighed, and said, "This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, unwilling to submit to anyone. Too tough, and it's easily broken." Xiao was shrewd with age. Although Yi Yuan was immersed in the chess game, he already saw through many things. Yi Yuan was unwilling to be AP, AW, and that was why he seized control of the black pieces. Now, facing the medicine ancestor, this kind of peerlessly powerful expert, how was there the logic of not being defeated? Smack! Right at this time, Yi Yuan landed another piece. Xiao's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. "Emen, what's going on here?" That Tian Yuan move came to life. Xiao looked at the chessboard, eyes full of disbelief. He suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's initial most lousy move actually connected all of the dead positions together, goodness knows when. The originally self-alienating move actually became a brilliant move of chess unknowingly. After several dozen rounds, the medicine ancestor already slaughtered Yi Yuan until he threw away his helmet and coat of mail in a state of confusion. On the chessboard, the black pieces were deathly still everywhere. But after Yi Yuan placed this piece just now, all came to life. One pool of stagnant water after another finally converged at the Tianyuan area, connecting to form a vast ocean. The situation suddenly changed. The medicine ancestor stopped. The medicine ancestor's fingers condensed a piece, but did not land it for a long time. Emen, what's going on? Why did the medicine ancestor stop? Another few pieces, and Yi Yuan will utterly lose, right? The white pieces already took the absolute initiative. There's nothing to consider already, right? Many priests and trainees whose chess prowesses were lacking did not see through the marvelous aspect of that Tianyuan move at all. However, Di Qiu and the group of elders, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. Looking at that black piece in the center of the chessboard, their eyes were full of shock. At this time, the black piece at Tianyuan was akin to a blazing sun in the dark night, incomparably dazzling. No one could have expected that seemingly useless chess move actually revived all of the declining trends at this time. And Ai Kuen's face was ashen as he said in shock, how did he do it? Everyone had this question in their hearts. How in the world did Yi Yuan do it? How did you do it? On the chessboard, the medicine ancestor asked everyone's question. From the medicine ancestor's tone, one could also hear that his current shock was not the least bit less than those people outside. He sized himself up that Tao magical arts were extremely formidable. Each step was the development of Tao. With his accomplishments in Tao, he actually fell into Yi Yuan's trap and did not have self-awareness. This kind of means, how could he not be shocked? This was a game of chess, but also a showdown of Tao. The chess players understood heaven and earth clearly, developing great Tao. Each step contained heaven's secrets. He was the medicine ancestor. Being able to do this was not surprising. But Yi Yuan, a mere Divine Lord Realm Jr., was still 108,000 miles away from great Tao. What right did he have to be able to do it to this step? No, wait, Yi Yuan's Tao was even more profound than him and went even deeper. Thinking now, before Yi Yuan placed his piece, he had probably seen through the entire chess game already. Hence, that was why he would land the piece on Tianyuan without the slightest hesitation. And it was precisely this Tian Yuan move that reduced the situation he masterminded with painstaking effort to naught. This move was too amazing. The crucial piece from a wasted chess move to reviving the whole board, this Tian Yuan move simply completed the transformation of breaking out of the cock. And in becoming AB, fly. He could only be convinced, because Yi Yuan saw what he could not see. Yi Yuan looked at the medicine ancestor and said coolly, "This is a showdown of Tao. Being able to do it is naturally because I'm standing higher than you, and I can see further than you. Honestly speaking, you somewhat disappoint me." Chapter 1766, 12th person. 1766, 12th person. These words were domineering. If let the people outside hear it, that was absolutely a sentence like a bolt out of the blue. Except the current Yi Yuan was indeed very disappointed. Ever since learning from Dustless that the heaven-span world's strongest alchemist was the medicine ancestor, Yi Yuan wanted to compete with him one day very much. But this battle today was not fun. That Tian Yuan move landing already determined the outcome. This was simply a game of unequal strength. Of course, this was not because the medicine ancestor's strength was not strong, but because this simplified ask not was too weak. The true ask not, the current Yi Yuan could not contend with it at all. Most likely the moment he entered the game, he would be obliterated. Although this medicine ancestor in front of him was powerful, in front of Yi Yuan's Tao, it was still not enough to look at. After all, he had already comprehended the Tai Chi Great Tao diagram. His comprehension of Tao was far from what the average alchemist could compare to. Came with ardent hope, but discovered that his opponent was too weak. Yi Yuan was naturally disappointed. "Junior, you're too arrogant. I'm just a trace of Tao, ACCU, mulation that the true self left behind and ask not. The might of the true body is not what you can imagine at all." The medicine ancestor said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I naturally know this. I'm still not arrogant to the point where I believe I can defeat the medicine ancestor. It's just that in the future, I'll have to play a match with him." The medicine ancestor snorted coldly and said, "Truly an arrogant and ignorant junior. The true body's realm, ants can't imagine it at all. Even Wing is also not worth mentioning in front of him. In this world, it's impossible to Serpa. S the true self." This medicine ancestor in front of him was just a wisp of residual thought left by the true self. It did not even count as an avatar, but his confidence in his real self was stronger than anyone else. In his consciousness, the medicine ancestor was the strongest in this world. It was forever impossible for someone to replace him, and this was likely the true self's own thought as well. Yi Yuan sneered when he heard it and said, "Talents appear from generation to generation. Your way of thinking is really laughable. Medicine ancestor is just other people's honorific Tli, and not a real Tao ancestor." The medicine ancestor was full of sullen anger when he heard it and said, "Junior, you dare to blaspheme the true body. It's unforgivable." Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard it and said, "I was just stating a fact. Place your piece." The medicine ancestor gave a cold snort and said, "Bratty child, this ancestor doesn't believe that I can't take care of you." Smack! After ruminating, the medicine ancestor placed his piece again. Once this chess game started, the winner must be determined. This was the rules set by the sacred ancestor, high priest. Yi Yuan only relied on his will to take control of the authority of placing the pieces, and was not able to dictate the direction of this chess game. After all, this ask not was made by the sacred ancestor, high priest. Smack! Yi Yuan similarly landed a piece without thinking. Just like this, the two people started an intense confrontation once more. It was just that now, the situation was already completely reversed. Yi Yuan's offense was akin to toppling mountains and overturning the seas. The medicine ancestor was unable to resist at all. Directly ate a huge swathe. My G, oh D, is this going to exterminate and spare none? This Yi Yuan is also too ruthless, right? Too frightening. I heard before that those who cleared this ask not were merely able to win the medicine ancestor by half a move. But this Yi Yuan, at the outside world, there was a series of exclamations. Yi Yuan's offensive became fiercer and fiercer, killing until the white pieces threw away their helmets and coats of mail, losing large areas of land. Those elders, priests, trainees were all stunned when they mocked Yi Yuan's lousy chess move. They never would have thought that this game of chess would actually develop to such a point. It was dead silent on the plaza. Only those one chess piece after another flashed like one SHI plus Ning star after another. Bang! Suddenly, medicine ancestor's figure directly shattered, like when the sacred ancestor high priest shattered previously, dissipating between heaven and earth. Only did everyone abruptly startle awake. Yi Yuan won. No deadlock, no ending in a tie. What there was just a one-sided big victory. When that Tian Yuan was connected, everything was already destined. Whose? H. Plus all of the light dissipated with a loud bang. On the chessboard, Yi Yuan's figure was revealed. Everyone looked towards that slightly skinny figure, eyes full of disbelief. The 12th person. In the crowd, someone suddenly murmured, 12th person? What 12th person? The 12th person. Everyone did not react at first to what this 12th person meant, but very soon they came to realize the truth. Yi Yuan already became the 12th person to ask not in 50 million years. Xiao looked at that figure and said in wonder, 8 million years. Finally, another genius who can ask not appeared. Furthermore, his talent is even greater. The first 11 people were merely chess pieces in the sacred ancestor's hands. They could only bear the sacred ancestor's will and could not resist at all. But Yi Yuan's Tao heart was firm. Not only did he shatter the sacred ancestor high priest's will, he even slaughtered the powerful medicine ancestor until he threw away his helmet and coat of mail, with the army in utter disarray. Such strength, such talent, was simply unprecedented throughout the ages. Ha ha ha! Good! What a fine Yi Yuan! This whole master indeed didn't misjudge him. Didn't expect that my tyrant origin imperial city actually produced such a genius. Suddenly, Di Qiu let out a burst of wild laughter. After 8 million years, the demon divine region produced a genius who cracked, ask not again. He, as the tyrant origin imperial city's priest, temple's hall master, naturally rendered great merits. Furthermore, this was also a great honor. One had to know, 8 million years' time, how many geniuses rose and fell, sunk and floated. But Yi Yuan's light was too dazzling. Anai Kuan and Elder Li and the others' faces were ugly to the extreme currently. Them letting Yi Yuan go challenge, ask not, was actually in order to harm him. Who knew that Yi Yuan said, ask not so perfectly? With this, Yi Yuan soared to the sky in one bound, his status equivalent to the sacred ancestor, high priest's disciples. This ident. One sentence could determine their life and death. The two exchanged a glance and discovered that they had a feeling of digging a pit for themselves to jump, feeling incomparably bitter. At this time, in the distant human territories, the medicine ancestor, who was currently in close seclusion, suddenly startled awake. What's going on? Why? Do I sense a threat? the medicine ancestor said with a frown. Toward this feeling that came suddenly, the medicine ancestor was extremely surprised, reaching his level of realm, apart from Tao ancestors, and, body could threaten him at all. But now, he actually had this kind of feeling. That wisp of residual consciousness was not connected to his body at all. He did not know the events that occurred in Ask Not. However, that was a wisp of his residual consciousness after all. Residual consciousness being annihilated, he was naturally hit by a sudden impulse. It was just that he could never have dreamed that this threat would originate from a divine Lord Realm martial artist. At virtually the same time, Sacred Ancestor, High Priest also suddenly snapped open his two eyes, his eyes revealing rays of brilliance. He opened his mouth and said with a faint smile, 50 million years, I waited for it. I didn't think that someone could actually wipe away my will and defeat the medicine ancestor. Chapter 17, 67 Powerful Opponent. Chapter 17, 67 Powerful Opponent. Congratulations, Master. After 8 million years, someone finally cleared Ask Not again. Wonder what kind of talent this little junior brother of ours has. In front of Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, a middle-aged in blue, appeared very respectful. But his face had a look of joy. Clearing Ask Not, this was a great joyous matter in the Demon Divine region, because anyone knew that clearing Ask Not, the Sacred Ancestor, High Priest would take them in as a disciple. This was absolutely a great event in the demon race's alchemy world. The Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, slowly opened his mouth and said, You haven't publicized this matter, right? The middle-aged man in blue froze. Master's ATT, Tude seemed to be somewhat off. No, when GMO got this new, I came to report to Master straight away, and haven't had time to tell the others yet. Wing said coolly, This matter, don't publicize it anymore. Just take it as if nothing happened. GMO could not help being taken aback when he heard it and said in surprise, Master, why is this? Wing smiled and said, He's different from you all. GMO froze when he heard that and said with uncertainty, Different? He could not figure out. Didn't they all clear Ask Not? What was different? Master selected disciples with Ask Not as the standard, attempting to be able to groom an existence that Serpa said the medicine ancestor, one day. This matter, the entire Demon Divine region knew about it. Now, there was another such genius, but Master did not seem to plan on taking him in as a disciple. This made him very puzzled. Wing slowly got up, walked to a chessboard in the corner, and said coolly, GMO, you all think that I cut out and simplified this Ask Not chess game in order to find a talented person. Then have you all thought before whether I found him or not? GMO was caught off guard by this sudden question. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he said, Master's meaning is that actually us 11 fellow apprentices aren't considered to have said your test at all? Wing slowly turned around and looked at GMO as he smiled and said, The 11 of you are indeed my demon race's alchemy Tao geniuses that are hard to come by in 1,000,000 years. It's just a pity that with your talents, it's very hard to Serpa Master. GMO was incredibly shocked in his heart. His understanding in these few million years was suddenly subverted. The 11 of them fellow apprentices had always viewed Master as their goal. But over 50 million years said, even eldest senior brother was also unable to reach Master's height. Just as Master said, for them fellow apprentices to want to Serpa Master, it was virtually impossible. This was not something willing or not, but can or cannot. Could not even Serpa Master, let alone talk about Serpa sing the medicine ancestor who towered above all life. Master, your meaning is that he can Serpa SSU? GMO said with his eyes full of shock. Wing smiled and said, Can Serpa? S or not? I don't know. After all, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? But at least up to this point, he's stronger than you all. This time, GMO was not shocked. His gaze was full of unwillingness to submit. One had to know, the 11 of them fellow apprentices. Each of them was someone who had the ability to rule the world. After all, in 50 million years, only 11 of them emerged. But hearing Master's tone, they were completely not worth mentioning in front of this kid. The pride of a genius made him very unconvinced in his heart. Master, just where is he strong? GMO asked. Wing gave him a glance and said smilingly, I know that you're unconvinced in your heart, but he did what all of you couldn't accomplish. Plus, GMO's face changed, and he said, Could it be that he shouldered all of your will? Wing laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and shook his head as he said, All of my will? That isn't my true test for you all. Among the 11 people, your talent is the highest, shouldering 90% of the seats, will completing ask not. But even all of it isn't what I desire to. My true intention is shattering my will and replacing it. Shattering Master's will? In this world, apart from the medicine ancestor, how can someone possibly do it? GMO's expression suddenly changed. The words that Master said made him very perplexed. His master was the demon race's strongest alchemist, not one of. Being able to shatter his alchemy Tao, well, what kind of heaven-defying thing was that? Apart from the medicine ancestor in his youth, who could still accomplish it in this world, who knew that Wing just said coolly, If he can't even crush my will, what qualifications does he have to go and challenge the medicine ancestor? Since the heaven-span world's ancient times, only a medicine ancestor emerged to this date. I can surmount all of the human race's alchemists, but can't Serpa S the medicine ancestor. Tanic waves surged in GMO's heart. Honestly speaking, he had never thought about this before. In fact, the more he cultivated, the more he felt that Master was too lofty beyond reach. But Master being inferior to the medicine ancestor was an incontestable fact. Then just how horrifying was the medicine ancestor's strength? Could it be that in this world there was actually really someone capable of shattering Master's will? Then Master's meaning is that he did it. GMO drew a deep breath and said, Wing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a smile, Not only did he do it, he even defeated the medicine ancestor. Even though that medicine ancestor isn't worth mentioning at all, in regards to his realm, he's an undefeatable existence. However, he won. Wing ignored the great shock in GMO's heart and continued, What I'm looking for has never been some disciple, but a powerful opponent who can stand on par with me. Powerhouses look down upon the world, but who would know that the more one reaches my level of realm, the more fuzzier it actually is? Why did the medicine ancestor say, Ask not 2 words to me? Because those 2 words are the true gap between me and him. If I can see clearly this, ask not 2 words, I might be able to be his match. It's just that talk is cheap, but doing it is even harder than ascending to the heavens. Speaking up to here, Wing's 2 eyes revealed rays of brilliance, and was boundlessly heroic for a moment. Invincibility is the loneliest. I think that the medicine ancestor's thoughts are the same as me, right? Therefore, I need a powerful opponent. Only a powerful opponent can let me improve further. Understand? GMO was completely unable to use words to describe his emotions. This place was too crazy. The world was envious of the 11 of them, but who could have thought that the 11 of them were merely Master's abandoned pieces? They only barely managed to have the qualifications to be Master's disciples. But what Master needed was an opponent, Emma was shocked for a long time. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile and said, "Master, then have you never thought before, what if you lose?" Wing smiled very brightly, and said, "This seat won't lose." Emma looked at Wing with great surprise, feeling that this master before his eyes was totally different from the one he knew. The master in the past, that was an existence high above the clouds. Nothing could move him, but now he was like a hot-blooded young man, bursting with youthful vigor anew. Master spirit was burning. Chapter 1768, Tianlu Pavilion's 5th level. Chapter 1768, Tianlu Pavilion's 5th level. In short, this matter is settled. If someone reveals half a word to the outside world, kill without mercy. Inside Tianlu Pavilion, Xiu seethed with killing intent. Opposite him, Di Xiu was full of doubts and puzzlement. He completely did not expect that what he got was actually such an order. Cracking, ask not, was a grand event of the demon race. Virtually everyone knew about it. But why did everything change when it reached Yi Yuan here? Your Excellency, can I ask why? Xiu smiled bitterly and said, "How can Lord's sacred ancestors' thoughts be what you and I can conjecture about? We only need to obey orders." Di Xiu was helpless and said with a nod, "Yes, Di Xiu obeys the command." After Di Xiu left, Xiu held a white light ball in his palm, his expression complicated. It was only to see him lightly pressed his palm, and then a ball of light merged into S.P.A.C. Before long, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in Tianlu Pavilion. "Senior, you're looking for me?" Yi Yuan bowed and said. Xiu nodded and said, "These few days, you've been in close seclusion all along. How's the harvest?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Honestly speaking, the harvest isn't big." When Xiu heard that, he had a strange look on his face. No matter who it was, as long as they did not die and ask not, they would have some harvest. Some people, after coming out, their alchemy Tao strength would advance by leaps and bounds, even reigning supreme in a city. This depended on talent. All tyrant origin imperial cities' elders had basically cleared ask not. One had to know, inside, ask not contained the Tao of the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor. High priest, these two heaven-span worlds' apex alchemy Tao experts. But Yi Yuan actually said that there was not much gain. This was too depressing. Yi Yuan said that he did not have harvests was naturally not because his comprehension ability was poor, but that his strength was too strong. The Tao contained in ask not could not give Yi Yuan much comprehension at all. But these few years, Yi Yuan still learned quite a bit of things from ask not. After all, those two were the heaven-span world's top powerhouses. "Senior Xiu, don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. You should be able to tell that ask not's effect on me isn't big." Yi Yuan saw Xiu's look and explained with a smile. For such a long time, Yi Yuan more or less had some understanding of Xiu's alchemy Tao strength, even though he had never exhibited it in front of him before, just based on some of his views. It was far from what those elders could compare to. He should be able to tell that his strength already far said the level of ask not. Xiu heaved a sigh and said, "Knowing is knowing, but these words still make this old man have an impulse to beat people." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Senior didn't find me in order to beat me up, right?" Xiu smiled and said, "You said ask not's test. In the future, all of this Tianlu Pavilion's floors will be open to you at any time, especially the 5th level. I believe that there are things that interest you." When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up, and he said in pleasant surprise, "Are senior's words true?" In half a year's time, Yi Yuan had always remained on the first 3 floors. The books here were already pretty much digested by him. Even the 3rd floor was Xiu letting him enter through the back door. That place was a place that only elders could enter. As for the fourth floor, even if Yi Yuan and Xiu's relations, H.I. plus P was very good, he was not willing to open this back door either. He did not expect that clearing, ask, not actually still had this kind of benefit. Even Xiu was not willing to let him enter. This showed that the books on the fourth floor and above were definitely all extremely precious stuff. Such things probably only the hall master, a person of this level, could go in. Yi Yuan did not even know that inside this Tianlu pavilion still had a fifth floor. Now, not only could Yi Yuan enter the fourth level, he could even enter the fifth level that had never been heard of. How could this not surprise him? Xiu smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you? Go on." Yi Yuan did not say a word and went straight up to the fourth floor. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Xiu shook his head and said, "This kid actually kept his mouth shut about the matter of acknowledging a master. In this world, how many people want to acknowledge the sacred ancestor as master? But he seems to hold it in disdain. Cloud pendant heavenly sunbow pill. Isn't this the demon race's supreme jade void pill? Also, these alchemy techniques are all extremely powerful treasures. And these demonic attraction art methods are truly exquisite." Yi Yuan lingered on the fourth floor, viewing those CLAs, 6, gasping in admiration again and again. Although this fourth floor's CLAs, 6 were far lacking in quant. 1. Tie them downstairs, they were clearly more than a grade higher than those below. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, he could naturally discern that these CLAs, 6 should be the demon race's most precious batch. Even though these CLAs, 6 were all used by Divine Tao rank 4 or 5 powerhouses, without a doubt they were extremely precious. If these CLAs, 6 were in the human race, it would not be easily shown to people at all. For Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was largely due to benefiting from Immortal Grove's legacy. Although he had long already said his predecessor, the pill formulas that Immortal Grove left behind, alchemy techniques, etc., the significance to Yi Yuan naturally went without saying. Clearly, in the demon race, these things were similarly incomparably precious. Browsing entirely the fourth floor's CLAs, 6, Yi Yuan entered the fifth level impatiently. He very much wanted to look at what kind of things were actually even more precious than the fourth floor's CLA. S6. The fifth floor's SPAC was stark empty. Only a white light ball, suspended quietly in the air. Yi Yuan was very curious and pressed his palm on it. Buzz. In an instant, countless information entered Yi Yuan's mind. This is the sacred ancestor, high priest's legacy? Yi Yuan's mind was shaken and came to his senses very quickly about what this S of information was. However, these inheritances don't seem to have his comprehension toward the Tao. Instead, they are the demon race's most basic stuff. Could it be, in these legacies, there were medicinal property explanations of countless spirit medicines, detailed interpretation of alchemy techniques, and also the demonic attraction art's supreme arts? Even though the content had common aspects with those at downstairs, they were a totally different concept. These things were a top alchemist's lifetime comprehension toward the alchemy Tao. For an alchemist to want to corroborate the great Tao, they must walk out a path that belonged to him. Just like Yi Yuan, even with heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's inheritance, he still walked out an alchemy path belonging to him. And the sacred ancestor, high priest's inheritance, was clearly much higher rank than heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's. These two were not on the same level at all. In an instant, Yi Yuan seemingly understood something. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "What a daring sacred ancestor, high priest." He wants to let me grow up and become his opponent, spurring him to break through the shackles from there. Looks like this, isn't what the world thinks at all. What he's finding is a person capable of shattering his will, and not a chess piece in his hands. Most likely even the medicine ancestor also didn't expect that the sacred ancestor, high priest, actually has such boldness, right? Perhaps in the future, he can really become the second medicine ancestor. Who knows? Chapter 1769, White Light's News. Chapter 1769, White Light's News, Obtaining Sacred Ancestor. High Priest's Inheritance. Yi Yuan's attainments in demon divine pills could be said to have advanced at a tremendous pace. This legacy was too valuable to Yi Yuan. After several years, Yi Yuan's attainments in demon divine pills finally reached the pinnacle. At the same time, his alchemy Dao strength also had a significant improvement. In this period, the temple gathered some level 8 and 9 difficulty spirit medicines. Yi Yuan took action and refined them. Furthermore, the demon divine pills he made, the lowest was also divine grade. The priest temple's upper echelons were naturally extremely shocked by this, especially Deity. Back then, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could create much value for them within 300 years at all. But now, he finally knew that he was ridiculously wrong. On this day, Deity came to find Yi Yuan and apologized when he opened his mouth. Yi Yuan, this hall master apologizes to you about what happened that day. You fulfilled your promise. Looking at it now, it was my temple that earned big from you. Deity laughed loudly and said, Deitio's personality was frank and straightforward. Admitting his fault, he did not have the slightest hesitation either. With his ident, being able to do this was truly not easy. Even though he wanted to kill Yi Yuan that day, Yi Yuan could also understand Deitio's thoughts. After all, he still had human blood flowing in his body. To an alchemist who had never come into contact with demon divine pills before, 300 years' time was indeed not long. Hence, he smiled and said, Hall, master doesn't have to be like this. This he knows that the request that day was indeed somewhat brusque. Deity chortled and said, Fine lad, I knew that you weren't a petty person. Giving a plum in return for a peach. Coming to you today, I actually have some news about the matter you entrusted to me. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he said with a worried look, Is he okay? But Deitio's brows furrowed together, making Yi Yuan's heart abruptly twitch. Okay or not, I can't say either. But the odds are likely against him rather than in his favor. Deity said. Yi Yuan's complexion turned deathly pale. Deity did not leave him hanging either, recounting the entire sequence of events. Although finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack, even in the demon divine region, pure white tiger bloodline was extremely rare too. The priest temple was indeed well-deserving of being one of the demon race's most colossal forces. Through the news given by Yi Yuan, they finally found White Light's news within a few years. It turned out that White Light had been living in Tiger Bright Imperial City all along these few years. Tiger Bright Imperial City could be said to be the gathering ground of the Tiger Clan. There were many Tiger Clan powerhouses in the city. The White Tiger Clan's bloodline was similarly extremely blee in the Heavenspan world. So after coming to the Heavenspan world, White Light's cultivation speed was actually not slow. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan, it was still much slower. But arriving at the demon race and arriving at Tiger Bright Imperial City, he relied on his bloodline talent and strength and became an indispensable young powerhouse of Tiger Bright Imperial City. However, Tiger Bright Imperial City was different from Tyrant Origin Imperial City. The Sky Demon mountain range in the vicinity of Tiger Bright Imperial City had a very strong faction. Both parties would frequently clash. Not long ago, Tiger Bright Imperial City, and that faction had another conflict again. And White Light took part in the operation this time. White Light teamed up with another Tiger Bright Imperial City's young genius and beat the other party's leader to heavy injuries and on the verge of death. No one could have expected that this leader who was injured was actually the son of that faction's chieftain, Heavenly Tiger King. With this, a big hole was poked in the basket. The Heavenly Tiger King was enraged and sent out all of the fierce beasts under his command, surrounding Tiger Bright Imperial City until not even water could seep through. Yet, this Heavenly Tiger King's strength was stronger than Tiger Bright Imperial City's city lord. After both parties exchanged blows, Heavenly Tiger King injured the city lord and threatened that if they did not hand over the culprit, he would directly slaughter the city. Hence, White Light took the initiative to step up. Heavenly Tiger King took White Light away. That was how the beast tide retreated. Deity let out a sigh and said, "Speaking of which, the two of you brothers are loyal people. Actually, the one who took action and injured the Heavenly Tiger King's son wasn't White Light, but he and Black Pupil are good brothers, so he took the initiative to step forward, bearing the blame on Black Pupil's behalf." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he asked, "How long ago was this?" Deity said, "This was just a few months ago. But I've heard before that Heavenly Tiger King's name. He's very savage and cruel. If he didn't have some scruples, he might have really slaughtered the city. That brother of yours, White Light, is fraught with grim possibilities." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said to Deity with clasped hands, "Hall Master, this matter brooks no delay. I'll set off now and head for Tiger Bright Imperial City." Deity did not stop either and said, "There are transmission arrays between priest temples. You can go over through the transmission array." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with clasped hands, "In that case, thank you very much, Lord Hall Master." Imperial cities were mostly independent. Under normal stances, there were no transmission arrays. Just like the relations HI plus P between Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and Utmost Peace Imperial City back then, if there was a transmission array, that would be equivalent to self-destruction. But the demon race's priest temples spanned all over each imperial city. It was still permitted for them to set up some small-scale transmission arrays internally. Of course, this transmission array naturally had strict rules for usage too. People apart from the priest temple were absolutely not allowed to use it. Sing through the transmission array, what was supposed to be a several years' journey. Yi Yuan only used half a month's time and reached Tiger Bright Imperial City. Yi Yuan pays respect to Hall Master Jin Hua. Coming out of the transmission array, a man dressed in Hall Master long robes came up to welcome. Yi Yuan naturally knew it in his heart and bowed to him, although Deity did not say that Yi Yuan cleared. "Ask not." The words in the message he transmitted to him expressed Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Jin Hua was not a fool. He naturally understood what it meant. Hence, he personally came to welcome Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was unfamiliar with this place. His greatest reliance was the priest temple, and naturally had to be more courteous to Jin Hua. When Jin Hua saw Yi Yuan, he could not help slightly revealing a look of surprise. Nodding his head, he said, "Your little friend, Yi Yuan? I heard that your talent is outstanding and can already refine level 8 and 9 demon divine pills." Yi Yuan understood in his heart and said with a nod, "That is kind praise from Hall Master Deity. If Hall Master Jin Hua needs this Yi to put forth my strength, this Yi will naturally carry out my obligations." Jin Hua smiled, very satisfied with Yi Yuan's behavior. Clearly, talking with smart people was very easy. However, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. He even thought that Yi Yuan was a peak rank 4 powerhouse. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was only a fifth firmament divine lord. Could this bit of strength really refine the cloud pendant heavenly sunbow pill? Di Chio seemed crude and careless, but he naturally also would not be as simple as he portrayed. Even though the relations HI plus P between priest temples was much closer than between imperial cities, asking people for help naturally had to promise some benefits. And Yi Yuan was the biggest benefit. He already hinted in the news he sent over that he could have Yi Yuan refine some level 9 difficulty medicinal pills. Hoo-hoo, then I'll have to trouble little friend Yi Yuan. I heard Di Chio say that you and White Light are life and death brothers? Jinhua asked casually. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "We're good brothers that have braved countless dangers. Lord Hallmaster, I heard that he also has a good brother in Tiger Bright Imperial City, Black Pupil. I wonder if you can tell me about this person?" Chapter 1770 Setup. Chapter 1770 Setup. Ha! Brother Ye's alchemy skills have truly reached the acme of perfection. In my view, with your strength, there's no problem. Sing, ask not. In the restaurant, a demon race youth faced Yi Yuan, a flattering look on his face. Yi Yuan took a sip of wine and said coolly, "Brother Black Pupil's words are flattering a little too over the top. During these 50 million years, only 11 people have cleared, ask not. Your words are pus. Plussing me into the fire pit." Black Pupil seemed slightly awkward as he laughed and said, "No matter what, Brother Ye's alchemy standards are the most formidable that I, Black Pupil, have seen to this day. If not for you, it's probably impossible for me to break through to late stage rank 4 within a short time." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Black Pupil is too modest. With your talent, I was merely adding flowers to embroidery." Yi Yuan made a compliment very deftly. Black Pupil was indeed very pleased with himself. To talk about talent, if Black Pupil, admits to being second in Tiger Bright Imperial City, no one will identify as first. Black Pupil said with a proud face. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in strong agreement, "This ye just arrived here. But I heard that there's still a pretty talented one in the city. What's he called again?" Black Pupil's expression changed, but he still said, "White Light." Right, called White Light. I heard that punk overestimated his own ability and actually wanted to compete with Brother Black Pupil. Yi Yuan said with an unhappy look. Black Pupil's expression was slightly unnatural as he shook his head and said with a sigh, "What's Brother Yi saying? White Light is my close brother. He's currently thrown in prison. I'm also very pained about it." The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he was unhappy. His face turned sullen as he said, Brother Black Pupil is treating me as an outside. Forget it. Don't talk about this at this time. This wine is also pretty much drunk. This Yi will take his leave first." As he said, Yi Yuan was really going to get up and leave. Black Pupil got a fright and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan and said, Don't. Brother Yi, it was all Black Pupil's fault. Let's sit down and slowly talk. Yi Yuan sat down with an unhappy look and said, "Black Pupil, I felt that your talent is pretty good. That's why I made friends with you. Do you think that just anybody is qualified to become friends with me?" Before coming, Yi Yuan already had Jinhua spread that word, saying that he could refine level 9 medicinal pills. Prior to this, Yi Yuan already refined a medicinal pill and helped Black Pupil successfully break through his bottleneck, reaching late stage rank 4. In reality, when Yi Yuan heard about this incident, he felt that there was something very fishy. If they were really close brothers, how could he possibly watch Heavenly Tiger King capture White Light away Sively? If it were Yi Yuan, he would rather die himself than let Heavenly Tiger King capture White Light away. This matter, it was P.R. Oh, Noun said to the outside world that it was all done by white light. But the news held by the priest temple clearly did not stop there. Even though the temple did not care about the affairs in the city, with their standing, the eyes and ears in the city naturally could not be avoided. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan came out of the transmission array, he asked about it. Setting up this plot today was in order to bait him. In terms of cunningness, 10 Black Pupil was not Yi Yuan's match to. With a few interactions, Black Pupil already took Yi Yuan to be a good friend that could be confided in. Coupled with Yi Yuan intentionally or unintentionally saying that he wanted to help Black Pupil refine the cloud pendant heavenly sunbow pill, he naturally became even more docile and obedient towards Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan never mentioned the matter of white light all the way until today. Did he casually mention it? If Black Pupil really took white light to be a brother, then it was Yi Yuan who misunderstood. White light standing up for a brother, he naturally had nothing to say. But if there was really something fishy in between, then he would not be courteous. Black Pupil knew that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine the cloud pendant heavenly sunbow pill, and was naturally willing to make friends with Yi Yuan. Even if they did not become friends, he could not offend either. One had to know one medicinal pill from Yi Yuan could let him break through to rank 5. How could this sort of person be offended? Sure enough, Black Pupil had an ingratiating look as he said, "Brother Yi, calm your anger. One look and you're a clear-headed person. Either way, that brat is already dead, so there's nothing that can't be said. That punk indeed didn't know how to appreciate favors. That's why I did a small trick and eliminated him." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help saying with great interest, "Oh, in that case, that son of Heavenly Tiger King, it was you who deliberately took action to severely injure him." Black Pupil smiled and said, "That's of course. I originally wanted to directly kill him, but I didn't expect that this guy had COA, RS, skin and thick flesh, and actually didn't die. White light, that fool, actually really stood up for me and shouldered this matter." While talking, Black Pupil had a contemptuous look on his face. Yi Yuan had already inquired before. This Black Pupil normally addressed White Light as his brother and took on quite a number of things for White Light. Quite a few demons in this city found White Light an eyesore. As long as Black Pupil ran into them, he would definitely cuss the other party out. Looking at it now, these were probably arranged by Black Pupil. Yi Yuan had a smile that was not a smile when he heard it and said, "Brother Black Pupil, you treated your own brother like that. You wouldn't stab me in the back one day too, right?" The moment Black Pupil heard, he hurriedly said, "What's Brother Yi saying? I, Old Black, am not this kind of person. Actually, I've hinted to that White Light to leave many times and not compete for the position of young city lord in Tiger Bright Imperial City with me. But he wouldn't listen. I only came up with this scheme out of helplessness. Brother Yi, you opened your heart up to me. I, Black Pupil, only take you as a friend in this lifetime." The smile on Yi Yuan's face grew increasingly thicker, making Black Pupil feel a chill run down his back. "Be Brother Yi, what's with you?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Then do you know that White Light and I are also close brothers who stand or fall together?" Black Pupil's expression changed when he heard it and said with an ugly expression, "How is this possible?" Yi Yuan's face recovered tranquility, and he said, "Coolly, White Light has stuck together with me and depended on each other for survival from birth. Now, you actually stabbed him in the back. What do you think I should do?" Black Pupil's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, You deliberately tricked me?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're not considered too dumb yet. White Light, he's pure-hearted, and really took you, this kind of venomous person, to be a friend. But how can I, his big brother, let you get off scot-free?" Black Pupil's expression changed several times. Finally, it turned into a cold smile, and he said, "With the likes of you, you're as dumb as that brother of yours. Since you suspect me, you actually still helped me to refine medicinal pills and helped me break through. Haha, go die." While talking, Black Pupil's aura skyrocketed. The strength of late-stage rank 4 erupted in its entirety, him pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood there and pointed a finger out very calmly. Bang! Black Pupil's body was akin to being struck by lightning, suddenly flying out backward. Fresh blood was spewing wildly in the air, landed on the ground. He looked at Yi Yuan in horror, face revealing a panicky look as he said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Yi Yuan looked at Black Pupil coolly and said, "White Light doesn't like to show off, so he definitely didn't tell you why he'd leave my side and come to Tiger Bright Imperial City from afar. The strength that you rely on isn't worth mentioning in front of me at all." Chapter 17, 71 Russ.H.I. Plus in Heavenly Tiger Mountain alone. Chapter 17, 71 Russ. H.I. Plussing Heavenly Tiger Mountain alone, Black Pupil's expression changed several times. Suddenly, his figure moved, suddenly vanished. H.I. Plussing, shuttling into the void. Yi Yuan had long expected it. Taking a step high into the air, a finger tapped out once more. It was only to see a trace of crack ripped in S.P.A.C. Black Pupil's figure was directly sent out. Black Pupil's pupils constricted, and he said in horror, "Spatial law." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Don't need to worry, I won't kill you. Take a trip with me." Black Pupil's expression changed, and he said fearfully, "Where are you bringing me?" "Heavenly Tiger Mountain." Black Pupil had a look of alarm and said in panic, I'm not going. You're courting death. White Light already died. So what's the point of doing this now?" The current Yi Yuan had a calm look, but those who knew him well knew that he was very angry. Suddenly, Yi Yuan unleashed a finger again. You crippled my cultivation. You'll die a horrible death." A scream came from Black Pupil. That finger of Yi Yuan's just now directly made his inner world shatter. The current Black Pupil was already an out-and-out cripple. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a grim, "Look, my brother's life is tenacious, so he won't die. If he really died, I'll make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried with him. As for you, there's absolutely no hope to get lucky." Black Pupil's entire body trembled, revealing a look of despair. Suddenly, he let out a wild laugh and said, "Just the likes of you will make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried for him? What right do you have?" Yi Yuan slowly walked over, hauling Black Pupil up. Taking a stride out, he directly left Tiger Bright Imperial City. "You sent a message out with a secret art just now, right? Don't harbor delusions anymore. No one will come and save you." As Yi Yuan sped along, he said coolly. Black Pupil's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, "You want to scare me? My grandfather is Tiger Bright Imperial City's Grand Elder, late-stage rank 5 powerhouse. You crippled my cultivation. He'll definitely shred you into pieces." Yi Yuan cast him a pitiful glance and said coolly, "Then you see if anyone will come and save you or not." Time slowly trickled by. The two people got closer and closer to Heavenly Tiger Mountain. However, there were still no activities at the rear. Black Pupil's heart gradually sunk to the bottom. He seriously could not understand why grandfather would not come and save him, and where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Thinking about Yi Yuan arriving at the border of Sky Demon Mountain Range, Black Pupil finally knew that Yi Yuan was not scaring him, but he really had the confidence. But why? He was merely a 5th Firmament Divine Lord martial artist. So why would grandfather not dare to come? Why? Why? Black Pupil bellowed unwillingly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Didn't you say that with my strength there isn't any problem, Pa-S? Sing, ask not." Black Pupil's pupils constricted, and he said in disbelief, You really, Pa-S, said, "Ask not"? This isn't possible. If you, Pa-S, said, "Ask not," why doesn't the entire demon race have any news at all? Yi Yuan said, "That's because I'm different from those people in the past." Black Pupil's entire body trembled. His mind was in disorder. He previously said these words just to be tur Yi Yuan up. No one had cleared ask not for 8 million years already. Although Yi Yuan was very formidable, he did not believe that Yi Yuan had the ability to clear it at all. But now, even his grandfather did not dare to chase after. Very clearly, a powerful force stopped him. At least, City Lord His Excellency did not have this ability and strength. Then it was really Lord's sacred ancestor. Extreme terror after long deliberation. The deeper Black Pupil thought, the more despaired he got. This one is Yi Yuan requesting an audience with Heavenly Tiger King. Yi Yuan stood in the air and said in a clear voice, his voice ringing throughout the whole Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Black Pupil was scared until his legs were quaking. This guy's nerves were really too plucky. Suddenly, several powerful auras stepped into the air and pounced over toward Yi Yuan 2 people. 7 to 8 fierce beasts with powerful auras directly took action indiscriminately. Black Pupil was scared until his complexion turned ashen. These 7 to 8 fierce beasts, each one was several times stronger than him. Now, Yi Yuan and he were both dead for sure. This guy's had really had a problem to actually dare so be insolent in Heavenly Tiger King's territory. What was this if not tired of living? Yi Yuan's face fell. His figure immediately became vague and insubstantial, directly Russ. Plussing into the beast horde. Bang, bang, bang. Black Pupil only felt the divine essence around him disperse frenziedly. Even though Yi Yuan battled 7 to 8 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts by himself, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Was this guy a freak? His combat power was actually so strong. Just what kind of monster was White Light's brother? Suddenly, a surge of remorse welled up frantically in his heart. He discovered that he had done an extremely foolish thing and provoked the person that he least ought to, divine dragon trampling heaven. Nirvana seal. One powerful move after another spewed forth. Yi Yuan sent each one of those fierce beasts packing back into the Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Yi Yuan stood in his air and called out in a clear voice once more, "I'm Yi Yuan, requesting an audience with Heavenly Tiger King." With this, no more fierce beasts rushed out. Before long, a black tiger rose into the sky. A powerful aura instantly enveloped Yi Yuan and Black Pupil. "Punk, who are you? To dare act wildly at my Heavenly Tiger Mountain?" said the black tiger in human language. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I want to meet Heavenly Tiger King." The black tiger gave a cold laugh when he heard that and said disdainfully, "Brat, your strength is decent. But why would Lord Heavenly Tiger King want to see you?" Yi Yuan said, "I can treat Tiger Heart." But the black tiger burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Tiger Bright Imperial City even sent over a 5-star priest, but he was at a loss on what to do. Just the likes of you, a little brat still wet behind his ears, can treat Tiger Heart's injuries." The terms of Heavenly Tiger King's retreat was naturally not just handing over white light. There was also having the priest temple send people over to treat his son, Tiger Heart. In the end, Tiger Heart's injuries were too severe. Even the priest temple could not treat him. Yi Yuan said coolly, "They are inferior to me. Treat the dead horse as if it's still alive. Either way, you guys don't have other choices. The moment the black tiger heard, he said in great rage, "Brat, what are you saying?" Angry was angry, but the black tiger did not make a move, because he knew that Yi Yuan's words were harsh, but the logic was not wrong. This brat suddenly appeared, and even dared to say such big words. He likely did not say it carelessly, who would have nothing to do and treat their own life as a joke. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, the black tiger said unhappily, "Since you came to treat Tiger Heart, then what are you still waiting for? Come with me." But Yi Yuan did not move, and said coolly, "I want to meet Heavenly Tiger King. Otherwise, I won't treat him." The moment the black tiger heart, he immediately said in a great rage, "Brat, since you already came, it's no longer up to you now." Yi Yuan said with a calm look, "You can try. I can treat Tiger Heart. Similarly, I can also make him unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try." The black tiger's face fell, and he said angrily, "Brat, you dare?" Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, the black tiger immediately crumbled and gave a cold snort and said, "Kid, you wait here. I'll go and ask for Lord Heavenly Tiger King's opinion." Chapter 1772 Grievous News. Chapter 1772 Grievous News. "Human, you wanted to see me?" In front of him, a majestic, enormous tiger, a full person's height, talked in human language. His gaze stared intently at Yi Yuan, his body radiating a terrifying aura. Thud! Yi Yuan did not show the least bit of fear. Stretching out his hand and lightly plussing, he pushed Black Pupil in front of Heavenly Tiger King. "This is the culprit who seriously injured Tiger Heart. I can help you treat Tiger Heart, but I need to see white light first," Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenly Tiger King's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Punk, are you negotiating terms with me? Do you think that you have the capital to negotiate terms in front of me?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said calmly, "I'm not discussing terms with you, but I am giving you a chance. I hope that white light had better be fine, otherwise the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain will be buried for your foolishness." At this time, just the late-stage rank 5 fierce beasts by Heavenly Tiger King's side were as many as 7 to 8. This Heavenly Tiger Mountain, the rank 5 fierce beasts were no fewer than several dozen at the very least. When these fierce beasts heard Yi Yuan's word, each and every one of them exchanged glances, their expressions very amused. This human brat in front of them was actually threatening Heavenly Tiger King. This kid likely lost his mind, right? Ha ha. Heavenly Tiger King, have been entrenched in Heavenly Tiger Mountain for as long as several tens of thousands of years. Even Tiger Bright, Imperial City's city lord, I have killed one before too. There has never been a guy who dared to say this kind of wildly arrogant words in front of me. Kid, you're very courageous. Heavenly Tiger King let out a wild laugh. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words, he listened to it like a joke. If not for Yi Yuan saying that he could treat Tiger Heart, he would have long smacked him to death with one palm. But Yi Yuan had a serious look as he asked in a solemn voice, "How is white light?" Heavenly Tiger King waved his paw carelessly and said coolly, "Relax, he's currently locked up by me and suffered a small loss. But he's fine. You just have to treat Tiger Heart, and I'll immediately release him." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart eased up, and he said coolly, "As long as white light is fine, everything can be discussed. Lead the way." Under Heavenly Tiger King's lead, Yi Yuan came to a cave. On the simple and crude stone bed, a bright-colored tiger lay there, breath fleeting like gossamer. Heavenly Tiger King's face fell, and he said, "Kid, don't let me find out that you're toying with me. You will know the consequences." In truth, he did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan only had Divine Lord Realm's strength. Tiger Bright Imperial City's high priests all came, and they all said that they were powerless to remedy the situation and had him wait to collect the corpse. But he loved his son dearly. Since Yi Yuan said so, he could only have Yi Yuan give it a shot. Yi Yuan ignored Heavenly Tiger King and went straight to the edge of the stone bed and pressed his palm on Tigerheart's body. Traces of thick divine essence probed into Tigerheart's body. Yi Yuan's brows knitted tighter and tighter, hatred towards Black Pupil welling up even more in his heart. This guy attacked really viciously. Tigerheart's insides were virtually beaten into mush by Black Pupil, the vitality within his body almost already dissipated fully. Even using medicinal pills, Tigerheart was completely unable to digest it too. It was also no wonder that those 5-star high priests were all helpless. This kind of situation, to the average person, it was basically waiting to die. Heavenly Tiger King appeared slightly fidgety as he asked, "How is it? Is there hope?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This guy is tenacious too, to actually be able to hold out until now. You rest assured. As long as he doesn't die, I can bring him back to life." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Heavenly Tiger King's heart inexplicably eased up. Yi Yuan took out a purplish-black medicinal pill. Supporting from under with his palm, the medicinal pill suspended above Tigerheart. Yi Yuan's divine essence poured out trace by trace, guiding the medicinal strength of the purplish-black medicinal pill into Tigerheart's body. The moment Heavenly Tiger King saw this, his gaze could not refrain from turning intent as he said in surprise, "This kid has such terrifying control." What kind of visual prowess did Heavenly Tiger King have? Yi Yuan's control over divine essence was too terrifying. No need to talk about him. Even those high priests from the priest temple absolutely could not do it to Yi Yuan's degree as well. Tigerheart was only hanging in there with one breath and was totally unable to refine the medicinal strength himself anymore. If he could still consume medicinal pills, 5-star high priests naturally would not be at their wits' end. At least, prolonging his life was still doable. Previously, that high priest also said before leaving that Tigerheart was not without hope. It was just that no one had that kind of fine control to ferry the medicinal strength into Tigerheart's body. Even Hall Master Jean Hua could not do it too. Now, this rank 4 little fellow actually did it. This kid indeed has some capability. His control over divine essence is simply brilliant to the max. That black tiger from earlier marveled in admiration. Heavenly Tiger King said excitedly, "Ha! Truly, heaven doesn't want my child to die." The black tiger was a little worried as he whispered, "Your Majesty, this kid wants that white light Heavenly Tiger King's face turned black, 2 eyes glaring as he said in a solemn voice, "Wait for him to finish treating before talking about this now. Do you want to die?" The black tiger was startled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew, not daring to speak anymore. Yi Yuan's treatment lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Under everyone's marveling gazes, Tigerheart's vitality went from nothing to something and gradually grew stronger again. Although this process was extremely slow, the people present were all experts and could naturally feel the changes in Tigerheart's breathing. A smile unconsciously spilled out on Heavenly Tiger King's ferocious-looking face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's palm pulled back, the treatment suddenly stopping. Heavenly Tiger King's face changed, and he asked, "Kid, what's the meaning of this?" Yi Yuan slowly got up and wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. This method of ferrying medicinal strength was seriously too energy-consuming. Even he also felt very strained by casting it continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. But the reason he stopped was naturally not because of this. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Tiger King and said coolly, "Tigerheart's current situation, living another few months, isn't an issue. I can continue to help treat him. but I have to see white light first. The reason why he helped treat Tiger Heart unconditionally was just in order to let them know that he had this strength. But his goal was white light. Not seeing white light, he would not continue taking action. Regarding Heavenly Tiger King's conduct, Yi Yuan had long inquired about it. Heavenly Tiger King's words, he naturally would not believe completely. Heavenly Tiger King's expression changed, and he said, "This king said that as long as you treat Tiger Heart, this king will naturally release him." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I want to see white light first." Heavenly Tiger King's expression became incomparably ugly, and he involuntarily looked toward the black tiger. Yi Yuan's face fell, immediately having a foreboding premonition. He said in a chilly voice, "Just how is white light? If you dare to deceive me, your son can forget about ever getting well." Heavenly Tiger King knew that it could not be hidden anymore, and gave a cold snort as he said, "He's dead." Buzz. Yi Yuan's eyes went black, staggering, nearly falling to the ground. His head suddenly exploded, endless sorrow instantly filling his whole body. Poor Yi Yuan's anxiety struck his heart, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood mist. Chapter 1773 Magic Eye Grotto. 1773 Magic Eye Grotto. Yi Yuan's eyes turned blood red, berserk killing intent becoming corporeal, dispersing in all directions grandly. "You really killed him?" Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's murderous aura naturally could not pose any harm to Heavenly Tiger King. In fact, the way they saw it, Yi Yuan's anger was simply laughable. Heavenly Tiger King laughed loudly and said, "Looks like your relations. I plus P with that white tiger is really very deep, but your anger is utterly meaningless to this king. This is a world where the weak are prey and the strong feast. If you don't have the strength, even if you have monumental grievances, you also have to suppress it in your heart." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his gaze icy cold as he said in a cold voice, "I ask you, did you really kill him?" "Ha ha, this kid is probably really a fool. He still can't see the current situation clearly? A rank 4 brat actually dares to threaten our Heavenly Tiger Mountain. This tone is also too big. That punk called White Light actually dared to beat young Patriarch Tiger Heart to severe injuries, so serves him right to die." The fierce beasts following the Heavenly Tiger King all revealed teasing gazes. To them, these powerhouses occasionally toying with weaklings was also something pretty good. Heavenly Tiger King burst into laughter and said, "Why, killed then killed. Could it be that you'll really make our entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried in death? Brat, not that I'm looking down on you, but just the likes of you? Now, go and treat Tiger Heart obediently. If you dare to have any devious thoughts, this king will make you unable to beg for life nor plead for death." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire person recovered tranquility. His body stopped trembling. His pair of eyes looked at the Heavenly Tiger King, not carrying the slightest emotion. The current Yi Yuan already could not use words to describe his rage. A cold light flashed. The Junyi sword already arrived in Yi Yuan's hand. He walked over step by step toward the Heavenly Tiger King. The Heavenly Tiger King's eyes were full of emus. "EMENT," as he said with a cold smile. "Kid, if you don't treat Tiger Heart today, the consequences aren't what you can bear." Bang! All of a sudden, the Heavenly Tiger King's aura was released fully. The powerful aura made the entire mountain forest tremble. Even his subordinates were also all on tenterhooks, consciously retreating. The Heavenly Tiger King already had 1 foot stepped into the threshold of rank 6. The might of his imposing momentum, ordinary powerhouses could not withstand it at all. Even Tiger Bright City Lord was not his match either. It could be seen how terrifying his strength was. However, this powerful pressure had not closed in on Yi Yuan yet, but the Heavenly Tiger King's eyes already revealed a look of horror. His powerful aura was actually being suppressed back. His figure suddenly froze there. Which lord arrived? Please reveal yourself. No one answered him. The Heavenly Tiger King had a look of shock on his face. He completely could not feel any aura, but now he could not even move his fingers. He could only helplessly watch Yi Yuan approach him. Same as him, none of the other fierce beasts were able to move as well. The Heavenly Tiger King suddenly startled awake, only then remembering the words Yi Yuan said before. He said that he was going to make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried with white light. He only took it as a joke previously. He did not expect that this Divine Lord Realm human brat could actually find such a terrifying helper. Looking as Yi Yuan drew close step by step, the Heavenly Tiger King finally sensed the arrival of death. He currently could not even perform divine essence body protection. It was as easy as flipping his hand over for Yi Yuan to want to kill him. Looking at Yi Yuan's cold eyes, Heavenly Tiger King did not think that the other party would show mercy. Hang on. Maybe white light isn't dead. Heavenly Tiger King said rather feebly. Yi Yuan's figure paused, not carrying the slightest emotion as he said, "You only have 3 breaths of time. If you can't convince me, you die." Heavenly Tiger King broke out in cold sweat. He had never felt before such tremendous pressure. Actually, after white light was captured by us, he was thrown into the magic eye grotto. That place is the Sky Demon Mountain Range's forbidden land. As long as the person goes in, they have never come out alive before. So he might still be alive, right now. Talking to the back, Heavenly Tiger King's voice became weaker and weaker, saying that white light was still alive. Even he himself did not quite believe it. If white light still had a trace of possibility of being alive, he would not deceive Yi Yuan either, saying that white light was just being locked up. However, Yi Yuan's bone-piercing, icy aura immediately thawed significantly. An additional trace of hope appeared in his eyes. As long as it was not Heavenly Tiger King killing him himself, then he still had a glimmer of hope of survival. Yi Yuan believed all along that white light was not such an ill-fated person. Following Yi Yuan putting away the Junyi sword, the murderous aura on him dissipated considerably. That lofty suppression force on Heavenly Tiger King's body also disappeared along with it. Heavenly Tiger King was shocked in his heart. He was completely unable to imagine what kind of strength the other party had to be able to make him unable to even use demonic divine essence. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Tiger King coldly and said, "Speak, what's the deal with this magic eye grotto? You should be clear that you don't have a second chance." Dare not. Heavenly Tiger will definitely say all that I know and say it without reserve. How did the current Heavenly Tiger King still have any mettle of a hegemon of a region? In front of Yi Yuan, he was like a well-behaved little kitten, meek to the extreme. He knew that powerhouse hiding in the dark only needed a thought to be able to kill him. Heavenly Tiger King deliberately shrunk his body, becoming half a size shorter than Yi Yuan. He carefully paid attention to his wording before slowly saying, "The Sky Demon Mountain Range under our Empyrean Cloudridge's command has 3 forbidden lands, Purple Void Summit Cloudsea Bamboo Forest, as well as the Magic Eye Grotto. Purple Void Summit is the roosting place of Empyrean Cloudridge, while the other 2 are death zones. No one knows what's inside the Magic Eye Grotto, but I heard that back then there was a rank 6 great demon who had once gone in before. However, he never came out again. Since then, no one dared to enter anymore." Speaking up to here, Heavenly Tiger King could not resist sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan, but discovered that Yi Yuan was still emotionless, unable to discern what he was thinking at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward Tiger Heart again. The Heavenly Tiger King looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and discovered that he actually started treating Tiger Heart again. Under Yi Yuan's marvelous skills, Tiger Heart's heart grew in strength little by little. After 5 days, Tiger Heart appeared in front of the Heavenly Tiger King Briming with vitality and vigor. Until now, the Heavenly Tiger King still did not quite dare to believe it. He said to Yi Yuan gratefully, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." Yi Yuan had a cold face and pointed at Tiger Heart as he said, "Don't be in a rush to thank me first. He has to enter the Magic Eye Grotto together with me." The Heavenly Tiger King did not have time to be happy yet, and his tiger body trembled as he cried out in shock, How can this do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I'm unable to come out, that person naturally won't eradicate your Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Your son will be buried in death for me and my brother. This is the karma that you planted yourself, so you have to bear the consequence." Yi Yuan was clearly in his heart. Wing wanted to find an opponent that could rival him, and not nurture a worthless wretch who grew up in a greenhouse. If not for the sake of rescuing White Light, Yi Yuan also would not make the temple send an expert over. As for entering the Magic Eye Grotto, that was clearly impossible. And if Yi Yuan died inside the Magic Eye Grotto, everything was naturally dropped. Chapter 1774 Void Realm. Sundered Boundary. 1774 Void Realm. Sundered Boundary. Heavenly Tiger King had a pained look on his face. He really regretted it greatly now. If he had long known what would happen today, why didn't he wait longer? At least, Tiger Heart did not really die, right? Upon entering the Magic Eye Grotto, it was completely impossible for a person to survive. It was said that even Empyrean Cloud Ridge did not dare to enter deep inside. Right at this time, Tiger Heart suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Father, let me go." Heavenly Tiger King's tiger body trembled, looked at Tiger Heart, and said, "If you go, there's no possibility of coming out again." Tiger Heart let out a sigh and said, "Father, Tiger Heart living a second life is overwhelmed with many emotions. This matter was us harming the innocent in the first place. We were at fault first. Lord Yi Yuan's loyalty is mind-boggling, not scrupling to enter the Magic Eye Grotto for his brother. What do I, Tiger Heart, have to fear? If His Excellency dies inside, I'll accompany him. This is what us father and son owe him." In an instant, everyone within the cave did not seem to know Tiger Heart anymore. In the past, Tiger Heart was arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone and everything like a child who never grew up. But experiencing life and death this time, it was as if his entire person had changed. Yi Yuan glanced at Tiger Heart rather surprisedly, also not expecting that he would actually take the initiative to request to enter with him. But very soon he understood. Between life and death, one could have a great awakening. The current Tiger Heart was like him back then, entering the Magic Eye Grotto this time. If he did not die, Tiger Heart would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Heavenly Tiger King had a conflicted look. Finally, he still heaved a long sigh and said, "Forget it. You go with him." Standing in front of the Magic Eye Grotto, Yi Yuan seemed to see a primitive behemoth currently opening its gaping maws, wanting to swallow this mountain in one bite. The light outside was clearly very good, but such a large cave, one actually could not even see the entrance of the cave. Inside was endless darkness. The Heavenly Tiger King looked at that cave entrance and said with a fearful look, "This place is the Magic Eye Grotto. No one has ever known what's inside, and no one dares to go in as well." Clearly, he also felt the terror of this Magic Eye Grotto. Yi Yuan nodded his head and slowly walked over toward the Magic Eye Grotto. Tiger Heart said to the Heavenly Tiger King, "This child is going. Father, take care." Finished talking, Tiger Heart jogged along and followed behind Yi Yuan, stepping into the Magic Eye Grotto. The figures of a human and a tiger were seemingly directly gobbled up by the enormous mouth, disappearing. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. When he looked back, how was there still the Sky Demon Mountain Range's shadow? "Your Excellency, we seem to have come to another S.P.A.C." Tiger Heart said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Looks like this so-called Magic Eye Grotto is an entrance to another S.P.A.C. Furthermore, this entrance is one-directional. We can't go back anymore." Tiger Heart could not help being overjoyed when he heard that and said, "In that case, this place isn't a death zone. Then Brother White Light should still be alive." But Yi Yuan did not have any joy on his face. Clearly, he was not as optimistic as Tiger Heart. "This place isn't a nice place, but there's always an additional glimmer of hope. But I hope that I can find him. You should be able to break through to late stage rank 4 after you eat it. Wait until after you break through, then we'll set off again." While talking, Yi Yuan threw Tiger Heart a medicinal pill. Tiger Heart said in surprise, This is a void spirit, divine grade blazing sun skyflame pill. Could this medicinal pill be refined by your Excellency?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "If I didn't have this bit of ability, could I bring you back to life?" When Tiger Heart heard that, he said in Bara, Sedley, "Haha, makes sense. However, doesn't your Excellency blame me for harming Brother White Light?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "This wasn't your original intention. I was angry at your father maligning the innocent indiscriminately. Moreover, every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. This matter can't be blamed on you." The moment Tiger Heart heard, he could not resist saying, "Actually, Father," Yi Yuan waved his hand and interrupted, "You don't need to explain. If White Light is fine, everything is naturally easy to discuss." Tiger Heart did not dare to say any more words and could only secretly pray for White Light to be okay. He swallowed the demon divine pill that Yi Yuan gave and started breaking through in close seclusion. To the demon race, the bottleneck from middle stage to late stage was even harder to break through than the human races. Hence, the standing of priests in the demon race carried decisive weight. Even if the Heavenly Tiger King really wanted Tama's sacred Tiger Bright Imperial City, he also did not dare to do anything to the priest temple. Otherwise, he would die without even knowing how he died. Tiger Heart's strength was similar to Black Pupil's and White Light's. Presently, White Light's strength already reached peak middle stage rank 4 as well. In between this, they likely could not dispense with a bout of lucky chances. Now, Yi Yuan produced the void spirit divine grade blazing sun sky flame till the moment he took action. Helping Tiger Heart to break through was naturally something that was achieved without extra effort. After Tiger Heart went into meditation, Yi Yuan set up an array formation, isolating his aura. He then started surveying the vicinity. This place was a region of bleak and desolation, quarry rocks and craggy rocks. Furthermore, this place was completely in darkness, unable to see one's fingers when the hand was stretched out. "Senior, what place is this?" Dustless had vast experiences and knowledge. Facing this kind of unknown place, Yi Yuan naturally had to consult him. Dustless shook his head and said, "I've never seen this kind of place before as well. But looking at it, it's like a sundered boundary between the heaven-span world and the void realms." Void realm? Sundered boundary? It was still Yi Yuan's first place hearing these terms, and could not help but wonder. Dustless said, "The heaven-span world has existed for D knows how many hundreds of millions of years already. The small worlds left behind are too many to enumerate. Small worlds will gradually die along with the Pa-S, Sage of Time. But some major powers can connect their small worlds with the Heavenspan world, becoming one with the Heavenspan world. At the same time, it stands independent outside of the Heavenspan world. This kind of small world is extremely stable, and people won't easily die. They will leave behind their legacies and descendants there, living and propagating. Places like this are called void realms. And the place of transit between void realms and the Heavenspan world are known as sundered boundaries. This kind of place is very unique and will tend to give rise to some powerful existences. Yi Yuan was surprised inwardly, not expecting that the Heavenspan world still had this kind of place. The world was truly so big that there was nothing to be surprised about. However, he frowned and said, "No wonder I keep feeling that this place is threatened by a crisis of danger. Looks like this sundered boundary likely has some powerful existence." Dustless nodded and said, "I'm afraid so." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face changed. A black shadow tore across the night sky, heading toward Tiger Heart, who was currently at the juncture of breaking through. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan brandished his long sword and actually reached first despite launching later, stabbing at that black shadow. Bang! That black shadow was directly hacked by Yi Yuan's one sword. How? The black shadow emitted yelping cries when it felt pain. Yi Yuan's face fell. Only then, discerning that this was a ferocious black wolf. The might of its strength actually already reached late stage, rank 4. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was secretly shocked. This black wolf was actually completely unscathed, taking on a sword from him. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked. This hungry wolf had bloodshot eyes. Saliva was dribbling down its mouth as if it was currently in a state of rampage. But right at this time, one dark shadow after another suddenly appeared in the darkness. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked around. Tiger Heart and he were actually already surrounded by hundreds of fierce beasts. These fierce beasts' conditions were the same as that black wolf's. Chapter 1775 Fierce Fighting with Fierce Beasts. Chapter 1775 Fierce Fighting with Fierce Beasts. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk. Among the hundreds of fierce beasts, there was one with an extremely ferocious, imposing momentum. It actually already reached peak late-stage rank 4. This kind of strength was in existence rivaling a 9th firmament divine lord. Currently, Yi Yuan was already at the 5th firmament divine vortex realm. Even facing 8th firmament divine lord powerhouses, he did not fear in the least bit too. At this time, a sky thunder raging ox beast had an outer appearance similar to that of a reckless bull, but its aura was comparable to that of a 9th firmament divine lord. With Yi Yuan's movement technique, if he really wanted to escape, this sky thunder raging ox beast might not be able to catch up. It was just that right now, Tiger Heart was currently at a critical juncture of breaking through. Once he left, the other fierce beasts would definitely attack and chomp on him until not even dregs remained. If it were others, their first thought at this time would be to run away. But this was Yi Yuan. Seemingly feeling the powerful pressure from the surrounding fierce beasts, Tiger Heart's aura became disorderly. His breakthrough had reached the most critical juncture. Once something went wrong at this time, his realm would fall if it was minor. If severe, his foundation would be damaged, and it would be hard to recover to the peak again. Right now, you don't need to think about anything. Focus on breaking through, and leave the rest to me. The sooner you break through successfully, the sooner we can break free. Yi Yuan's words were transmitted into Tiger Heart's ears. Very soon, his aura became much more stable. Yi Yuan looked at ferocious fierce beasts and let out a sigh as he said, Looks like I can only risk it and wait for Tiger Heart to break through successfully. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Ning Tianping. Following the increase of Yi Yuan's strength, the times when Ning Tianping could help Yi Yuan were already not much. These few years, he had always been cultivating in close seclusion inside the Purple Extreme Hall, under Mo Li Fei's devoted training, and with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, he already broke through the bottleneck. Presently, he successfully became a 7th Firmament Divine Lord. Your Excellency, the moment Ning Tianping came out and saw such a shocking scene, he could not resist changing expression agitatedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You stand guard over this guy. Don't let fierce beasts come close. Leave the rest to me." Ning Tianping's face changed, and he said, "But Your Excellency, that fierce beast is too strong." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'm not risking my life with it either. So afraid of what?" "Yes, Your Excellency." Ning Tianping gritted his teeth and said, facing such a perilous scene, but he could only support from the sidelines. How unwilling! Yi Yuan brandished his long sword, figure shooting out like lightning, becoming erratic in the air. The moment he attacked, it was the certain kill spirit concealing sword. Puchi, that black wolf, previously was directly cleaved into 2 halves by Yi Yuan's sword, dying until he could not be deader, while his attack also successfully aroused the wildness of all of the fierce beasts. Roar, roar, roar! In the silent wilderness, hundreds of fierce beasts bellowed frenziedly, appearing extremely horrifying. Yi Yuan attracted all of the fierce beasts all at once. In the beast horde, Yi Yuan's figure flickered indeterminately, shuttled back and forth in S.P.A.C. The moment he made his move, a fierce beast was killed. But right at this time, that peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast attacked. Roar! It was only to see that sky thunder raging ox beast roared. The surroundings immediately turned into a sea of lightning. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This lightning was too strong and actually had the effect of freezing S.P.A.C., making his spatial law unable to execute smoothly. One had to know Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was spatial law. If his movement technique was being restricted, he would really be dead. This sky thunder raging ox beast was clearly not so simple. Roar! With another roar, that sky thunder raging ox beast took a step, figure turning into an afterimage, ting over toward Yi Yuan. This fierce beast was incomparably fast, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. Puchi, those sharp bullhorns directly stabbed 2 large holes in a late-stage rank 4 demonic beast. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan broke free from the restraints of the lightning and escaped into the void. Far away, when Ning Tianping saw the scene just now, he turned pale with fright. Only after seeing Yi Yuan dodge this horrifying blow did he let out a sigh in relief. Poor work! Yi Yuan directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Clearly, that blow earlier, he was still injured by the power of laws. Yi Yuan did not dare to stay, fighting as he left, avoiding that area of lightning. He believed that this kind of horrifying lightning power, it was impossible for that sky thunder raging ox beast to release it frequently too. Ning Tianping's complexion was white as a sheet, his heart almost jumping out. He had not seen Yi Yuan take action for very long. So many years had said, and Yi Yuan's strength had become increasingly terrifying. A divine lord realm who still had the strength to counterattack under the encirclement of so many fierce beasts, one likely could not find a second person, right? Suddenly, his face changed. A handful of fierce beasts sprinted over toward his side. Immediately, Ning Tianping raised his long sword and guarded Tiger Heart. Fortunately, Yi Yuan restrained the vast majority of the fierce beast's attention. those that headed over here, were merely some of the weaker fierce beasts. Presently, under Mo Li Fei's guidance, Ning Tianping's strength also grew with each Pa-S, Sing Day. Wandering among more than a dozen fierce beasts, he did not fear in the slightest two. Even though he could not accomplish Yi Yuan's casual killing, ordinary fierce beasts could not get close to him as well. At Yi Yuan's side, the fierce beasts could not be killed finish. Those that he could casually kill off were all some of the weaker fierce beasts. But those fierce beasts whose strength Serpa S said late stage rank 4. Hence, wanting to kill them was not so simple anymore. But even so, there were also 7 to 8 dead bodies of late stage rank 4 fierce beasts at this time collapsed on the ground. As for weaker fierce beasts, even more collapsed on the ground. Falling into a heavy encirclement, Yi Yuan also felt unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, Yi Yuan discovered that there were 2 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts that already rushed to Ning Tianping's side. He could not help being greatly alarmed. With Ning Tianping's current strength, he absolutely could not block those 2 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts' assault. Moreover, he was already quite occupied with things whose plus 2 terrifying sword lights arrived with a howl. 2 fierce beasts fell to the ground at the sound of it. But right at this time, that sky thunder raging ox beast also shot an electric ball out of its mouth. In order to kill those 2 fierce beasts, Yi Yuan opened the gates wide at this time. It was already too late to want to avoid, but this scene, Yi Yuan had long expected it. Blue patterns flashed on his body, golden light erupted. Bang! Yi Yuan forcefully suffered this blow, his entire body akin to being struck by lightning, fresh blood spraying wildly as he directly flew out several thousand feet away. Right at this time, Tigerheart's breakthrough finally completed. Seeing the corpses of the fierce beasts all over the ground, Tigerheart's heart was greatly shaken. This was all done by Lord Yi Yuan. Just how terrifying is his strength? Tigerheart had never thought that a human's strength could actually be daunting to such an extent. Facing the encirclement of a peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast, as well as a large number of fierce beasts, he was actually still able to counterattack so sharply. Lord Yi Yuan's strength was really too horrifying. One had to know he was just a 5th firmament divine lord. You dumb tiger, what are you still stoning for? Quickly go save his excellency. Ning Tianping's eyes could not help turning bloodshot when he saw Yi Yuan getting injured. Seeing that Tigerheart was actually in a daze there, he could not refrain from bellowing loudly. Chapter 1776 Give to you. Chapter 1776 Give to you. Tigerheart suddenly trembled. His figure suddenly shot out explosively. Breaking through to late-stage rank 4, Tigerheart's speed increased explosively, arriving at Yi Yuan's side in a blink of an eye. He directly hauled Yi Yuan up and left. Getting hit by only a single move, Yi Yuan's insides were in upheaval, already sustaining serious injuries. But at this time, Ning Tianping fell into heavy encirclement and found it very hard to break free. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his injuries. Waving his hand, it was a dozen over rays of sword light directly hacking those fierce beasts into pieces. Go! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, pulling Ning Tianping and getting on the tiger back together. Behind them, a group of fierce beasts was in hot pursuit. Fortunately, Tigerheart's speed was extremely fast. Those fierce beasts could not catch up for the time being. Are you all right, Your Excellency? Ning Tianping asked with a concerned look. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm fine. I'll recover from my injuries first. As he said, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill and immediately started recuperating from his injuries on Tigerheart's back. That blow from the sky thunder raging ox beast was extremely heavy. If it were an ordinary 5th firmament divine lord, they would have long been slaughtered. This heavenly Tao tattoo is indeed powerful. Otherwise, even if I have the 9 transformations golden body, I probably couldn't withstand this blow either, right? Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion in his heart, entering the Heavenspan Mountains realm fog that time, and obtaining this Heavenspan Mountain tattoo. He truly benefited endlessly. After a short while, Yi Yuan's complexion gradually became rosy. Your Excellency, that bunch of fierce beasts are like crazy, chasing us all the way and not letting us go. Tiger Heart said. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, and he said, "These fierce beasts seem to want to force us to a certain place. I feel that they seem to be controlled by something." From the beginning, Yi Yuan felt that the states of these fierce beasts were not right. The moment these words came out, Tiger Heart and Ning Tianping's expressions both changed drastically. Then what should we do? Ning Tianping said worriedly. Yi Yuan mused for a moment, his eyes revealing a firm look as he said, "Since someone wants to meet us, then let's make a trip." Ning Tianping and Tiger Heart were naturally very worried, but since Yi Yuan made a decision, they still carried it out firmly. Yi Yuan naturally did not want to go through dangers, but if white light was thrown in, then he very likely encountered danger too. Since that was the case, he had to take this risk. Just as they were running, a gloomy and dark cave entrance appeared ahead. Before approaching yet, a gust of Yin wind directly blew over, making the 3 people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. "Your Excellency, what a terrifying Yin wind. There's likely an extremely powerful existence inside here," Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Go in." Tiger Heart did not hesitate in the slightest. With a few lunges, he dashed straight in. "Your Excellency, those fierce beasts didn't seem to have chased in," Tiger Heart said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Looks like it was someone who wanted us to enter this place. Come, let's go in. I want to take a look and what the H-E-L this place has." After Yi Yuan, 3 people's figures disappeared. 4 to 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. These few people were each riding a mount. Ha! That rank 5 evil spirit inside. We were just vexed over being unable to deal with it. "I didn't expect that there were 2 suckers who delivered themselves to the doorstep," said one of the gray-robed men. The gray-robed man rode a white tiger, his aura seemingly very powerful. "It's still eldest senior brother, who is brilliant. Evil spirits like to possess humans the most. Once it seizes possession of those 2 scapegoats, it will definitely be in a period of weakness. At that time, we'll be able to sit down and reap the spoils without lifting a finger. The Yin Spirit Stone and the 9 Yin Soul devouring GRAS inside this black spirit cave will be ours." Beside the gray-robed man, a girl dressed in a fiery red long skirt said, "Ha! As long as we get these 2 items, our spirit-controlling sect will definitely take first place in this trial." Another person said. The gray-robed man continued saying, "Speaking of which, that 5th firmament divine, Lord Guy has such powerful strength. Under the encirclement and a assault of hundreds of fierce beasts, he could actually make a full retreat. If his realm was a little higher, I'm afraid we won't even be his match." Speaking of this, the other few people's faces turned slightly apprehensive. Yi Yuan 3 people's actions had actually always been under their surveillance, but the combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited made each and every one of them extremely shocked. A 5th firmament divine lord was actually still able to make a full retreat under the encirclement and suppression of a group of late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. What was even more frightening was that there was even a peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast inside. At first, they only wanted to scare Yi Yuan and force Yi Yuan away. As for Tiger Heart's life or death, they did not care at all. who knew that Yi Yuan actually did not escape, and instead rushed into the beast horde alone. Fortunately, that peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast strength was quite powerful and could still suppress Yi Yuan. Otherwise, it would really be tough for them to operate. Even so, they were also startled by the combat power Yi Yuan displayed. The face of the woman in red clothes also revealed a look of surprise and said, "The cultivation method that this guy cultivates is different from ours. He likely came in from the Heavenspan world. Could it be that the Heavenspan world's martial artists are also powerful?" The gray-robed man shook his head and said, "Impossible. That kid is definitely a top prodigy in the Heavenspan world. Sword Dao law fused with third firmament spatial law. Such talent is rare in the world. Even in the Heavenspan world, it's absolutely impossible for him to be an unknown person too. He must be a major faction's top disciple. However, this has nothing to do with us. Either way, he's dead for sure. Let's go in." I reckon that kid had already been taken possession of right now. Dragging it on won't be good for us. Finished talking, the few people entered inside the cave together. This cave was very similar to the Yin Wind Den that Yi Yuan entered back then. But the evil spirits inside were clearly much more powerful compared to the Yin Wind Denver. However, the strengths of the spirit-controlling sex people were also extremely strong, especially the gray-robed man. His strength already reached half-step celestial deity realm, the strongest existence among the party. Ordinary evil spirits could not approach him at all. The party gradually went deep in and also became especially careful. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared ahead. The gray-robed man focused his eyes and looked. Who was it if not Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping? The gray-robed man swept a glance around the cave and discovered that there was indeed no longer that rank 5 evil spirit, and was immediately overjoyed. "Ha ha, you 2 fools, indeed seized possession of these 2 humans. Now, I'll send you guys on your way. The Een Spirit Stone and the 9 Een Soul Devouring GRAS are our spirit-controlling sex," said the gray-robed man as he laughed loudly. Right at this time, an icy cold aura came out from Yi Yuan's body. He suddenly opened his mouth, looked at the gray-robed man, and said, "You deserve death." The gray-robed man was indifferent and said coolly, "I deserve death? Ha ha, if you were at your prime, I'd be somewhat scared of you. This appearance right now, best forget about this kind of threatening." Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold, his body emitting waves of gloomy and cold aura. A terrifying figure drifted out of Yi Yuan's body. The gray-robed man's expression changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? You weren't possessed." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Like to be possessed so much? Then I'll give him to you. I don't know why 2 instead of 3. Maybe Tiger Heart wasn't considered since they were riding on his back. Chapter 1777 Big Brother is here to pick you up. 1777 Big Brother is here to pick you up." The gray-robed man revealed a look of shock. He was seriously unable to imagine how a 5th firmament divine lord escaped the fate of being possessed. Furthermore, looking at this appearance, this evil spirit was actually even being used by Yi Yuan currently. Little brother, actually, this was all a misunderstanding," the gray-robed man said with an ugly expression. He never would have thought that the scheme he designed meticulously actually buried him alive currently. Not only was this kid not possessed, he actually even used this evil spirit to deal with him instead. One should not look at how he was currently a half-step celestial deity, because in front of a rank 5 evil spirit, it was still not enough to look at. That was an existence that could rival celestial deity realm. Misunderstanding? Those fierce beasts outside were all controlled by you, right? Driving us in was in order to have this rank 5 evil spirit seize possession. Don't tell me that this wasn't your doing. Yi Yuan said coldly. The gray-robed man's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually even guessed this. Little brother, you guys should be both from the Heavenspan world, right? Bamboo Groove Void Realm doesn't allow the appearance of the Heavenspan world's humans. We're all the spirit-controlling sex disciples, having a trial in this sundered boundary, in order to seize the Een Spirit Stone and 9 Een soul-devouring GRAs inside this cave. That's why we made this decision. Our spirit-controlling sex status inside the Bamboo Groove Void Realm is very high. As long as, little brother, you let us off, our spirit-controlling sect will definitely keep you safe. The gray-robed man's eyes swiveled as he blurted out more information. He was certain that Yi Yuan was a genius who was inexperienced in the affairs of the world. This time, he likely came out to train. That was why he strayed into the sundered boundary. This kind of people, intimidating with threats and beguiling with benefits a little, it was very easy to fall for it. Either way, Yi Yuan was completely clueless about the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's affairs. Sure enough, when Yi Yuan heard the gray-robed man's words, his expression changed slightly, and he said, "Want me to let you all off? Also can. But you have to promise me a condition." The moment the gray-robed man heard, he could not help being wildly elated in his heart, secretly thinking that this punk was indeed easy to hoodwink. He hurriedly said, "Whatever condition little brother has, feel free to speak up. Just take it as we offended little brother and making an apology to you." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Your mount is pretty good. I want it." The gray-robed man's expression changed, his face revealing a look of reluctance. When Yi Yuan saw his expression, he immediately turned cold and said, "Why? Can't bear to part with it?" The gray-robed man had an awkward look. This white tiger's bloodline was extremely pure. There was a lot of room for future development, not like his other mounts. For this, he expended considerable effort. The gray-robed man thought, "This kid knows good stuff to actually want my white tiger the moment he opened his mouth. Forget it. Hold him steady first before talking. As long as I trick him back to the sect, wouldn't this white tiger still be mine? Haha, not hiding from little brother. But I really can't quite bear to part with it. But just now it was indeed our fault. Then I'll bear the pain and give it to little brother." The gray-robed man had a reluctant look as well, lightly patting the white tiger. The white tiger came to Yi Yuan's side very obediently. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's heart was full of monstrous killing intent. It was just that he did not reveal a single trace of it. That was right. This white tiger was none other than precisely white light. The reason why he did not take action for so long was also precisely because of white light. Yi Yuan recognized him the moment he laid eyes on him. But very clearly, white light did not recognize him. Or should he say, he was unable to recognize Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan did not understand the spirit-controlling sex methods and did not dare to easily show it. The current white light was like a docile kitten. If the gray-robed man made him go east, he absolutely would not head west. Without a doubt, he was controlled by this spirit-controlling sex disciple with some kind of method. At the thought that his brother was actually at the mercy of others like so, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart was practically about to burst his body. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest clue about the Bamboo Groove Void Realm. If this spirit-controlling sex method had some unique aspects, a moment of impulsiveness would harm white light instead. Although Yi Yuan was confident, it was not to the point of arrogance yet. He did not have confidence that he could get rid of this beast-controlling method. Yi Yuan lightly stroked White Light's fur, revealing a very pleased expression. "Amen, indeed pretty good. What you should do, don't need me to teach you, right?" Yi Yuan frowned and said. The gray-robed man chuckled and said, "Little brother, don't blame. This beast is a transformed demonic beast and doesn't listen to taming. That's why I used the Dark Soul Pearl to suppress his beast soul. Originally, I planned on bringing him to the spirit-controlling sect to tame him properly and make him form a spirit-beast contract with me. Since little brother likes him, then I'll give the Dark Soul Pearl together to little brother." The gray-robed man had a smile on his face, as if very sincere. When doing a favor, go all the way. Either way, this Dark Soul Pearl would still return to his hands in the end. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help saying with great interest, "Oh, your spirit-controlling sect is indeed a little interesting. This kind of means isn't commonly seen in the Heavenspan world. I wonder how you plan on taming him." The gray-robed man chortled loudly and said, "These demonic beasts are all inherently lowly beings. Want to tame him? One naturally has to teach him a good lesson, then continuously suppress his beast soul with my spirit-controlling sect's secret art. Even if he's the reincarnation of Buddha's warrior attendant, he'll also have no choice but to submit in the end." The moment Yi Yuan heard, flames of fury flared up in his heart all at once. He virtually used all of his strength before controlling his anger. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then what's that Dark Soul Pearl? How to use it?" Yi Yuan was like a curious baby at this time, continuously inquiring about the spirit-controlling sect's methods. The gray-robed man was patient, silently chanting the spell. A surge of boundless soul force gushed out, entering straight into White Light's sea of consciousness. Then Yi Yuan saw a dark black pearl slowly fly out. And right at this time, White Light's eyes finally turned from turbid to clear. When he saw Yi Yuan, his entire body could not help trembling, tears bursting out. "Be big brother." Yi Yuan's face finally revealed a radiant smile. Lighting stroking that soft fur of White Light, he revealed a trace of a tender smile and said, "All right, everything is over. Big brother is here to pick you up." When the spirit-controlling sect's people saw this scene, their countenance could not help changing. Especially the gray-robed man. His expression became extremely ugly. "Punk, turns out that you guys know each other. You tricked me?" At this point, how did the gray-robed man still not know what Yi Yuan's goal was? It was just that he never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually knew this white tiger. Now, only did he know that this kid was clearly aiming for the white tiger. He thought that he deceived Yi Yuan, but he did not know that he had been led by the nose by Yi Yuan all along. He regretted in his heart. It turned out that he had a trump card in his hands, but he gave it to the other party for free. "Big brother, Along the way, White Light had suffered no idea how much hards. H+P. Being overcome by sorrow at this time, he could not control anymore and dug into Yi Yuan's embrace like a child bursting into tears. Yi Yuan hugged White Light's head and said, "Big brother knows that you suffered a lot of hards. H+PS. You rest A.S. Assured, Big brother will help you square the accounts one by one. Now, start squaring it from here.